My spidey sense is tingling.
Yes, that plus the coaches yelling about it. Kind of a good hint.
It's a little quiet here in the venue. You can hear things that you don't usually hear, like the coaches.
So as predicted, the Rosebuds were contesting the cut call. They said that the skater that initiated the hit had rolled out of bounds, and upon review, the refs all agreed no, they did not. Therefore, the cut call will stand, and a little regulator is on the power start. 45 Angel City, 50 Rosebuds. Lead jammer, little regulator.
Making very quick work of that 3-wall put up by the Rosebuds. Just going to try to do that again. Goes to the outside, taking a big hit from Catnip there, but she is through, and that's 5 points for Angel City.
And that's a tie game for all of us.
Woo!
I like close games. They're fun. Little regulator bump to the outside. Now rolling at the front. Big Mac left to beat as the rest of the defense rolls up, and Mary's baby rolls through on her initial pass. Once again, little regulator hips around. Big Mac calls off the jam. The second 5-point pass for our next lead change. Now Angel City up 55-50.
We've got Tasmanian Devil lining up here for Angel City, taking on Filipino for the Rosebuds. Tasmanian Devil looking on the outside. Now it's going to check out the inside lane. And Filipino through. She is your lead jammer for the Rosebuds. Here comes Filipino again into the pack, looking for points. Tasmanian Devil now out on her initial pass, and there's 5 points for Filipino. She takes it and calls it off.
Tasmanian Devil opting for the hop of the corner, figuring why fight through when I can just jump around. Next up, Bust Your Butt, jamming for Angel City against Bad Advise for the Rosebuds. Angel City one shy in the pack, as Punky Bruiser sits in the Phil Dirt penalty box.
And there goes Bad Advice picking up lead jammer for the Rosebuds. And Bust Your Butt takes the hit from Smacky Kennedy, but keeps on going. Bad Advice through the pack for 4 and calls off the jam.
Very pretty pack, entirely engaged and moving towards the outside, and Bad Advice saw that gap, ran right through. So that's a lead change again. Rosebuds now back up 59-55 with just under 5 minutes to go. Juella DeVille jamming for the Rosebuds. Psycho for Angel City.
The excitement is palpable. 101, Juella DeVille taking on 0-3, Dizzy Izzy. Rosebud still with 2 blockers in the penalty box, 2-on-4 pack advantage to Angel City.
I liked the running back with no apparent reason for the run back since the penalty had been called. Oh, Dizzy Izzy was out but cuts the track. Oh, they both. All right, I think the cut track was on Joella DeVille, and Dizzy Izzy got the blocking with the head. One or the other. They both went in. They both came out. Now we have 1 minute and 30 seconds left of roller derby. At least in this jam. Well, and in the half, technically.
Nice hit there on Dizzy Izzy. She stays in bounds. Joella DeVille, they are back to back here. And of course, this jam will go the full 2 minutes. Joella DeVille up at the front with 2 to get around. Rosemary's Baby coming in trying to break that up, and Joella DeVille is going to get through the pack for 4 points.
And Dizzy Izzy also through the pack with 4 as the pack now thinning down. It's a micro pack 2-on-1. As Joella DeVille up against Gravy. And Dizzy Izzy rolls through the 3 there. So a tie 8-8 jam at this point.
Dizzy Izzy out the first time on that one. She's got the first 4 points on this pass. Joella DeVille gets her 4 of her own.
Excellent lateral movement on that pass by Dizzy Izzy, just keeping the motion going, but the line changing. And time runs out of the jam. 3 extra points up for Dizzy Izzy. So a 15-12 run for Angel City at the half. 84-78, a 6-point game.
Holy moly, that's some good junior derby there.
That it was. All right, we'll be back in 9.5 minutes. Gives you time to go get some vinyl printing or some donuts. Not the vinyl printing on the donuts, though. That would not taste good. And probably gum up the machine.
Oh, yes, I'm.
Hey,
All
we're
right.
back.
We are back.
It's a second half. It's still 84-78. Rosebud's in the lead.
Bad advice here, picking up a lead jammer out of the gate for Rosebuds. A little regulator hung up in the pack, still trying to get around that wall, driven by Big Mac. Bad advice through the pack, picks up 5 points, and Little Regulator is through on her initial pass as well.
Little Regulator eased outside by Bad Advice, but Bad Advice not bothering with the run back, just a little friendly reminder that she was in front.
Boop.
And she picks up one more point for a 6-point total run.
Filipino here taking on number 98. That's Misfit for Angel City.
And it looks like Angel City also grabbing 1 point in that last jam, so we're now at 90-79, 11-point Rosebuds lead.
The Rosebuds with a blocker in the penalty box makes a 3-on-4 pack advantage to Angel City. Filipino up against that wall, though, says advantage what? And she is through for lead jammer.
Rose City did have the slight lead jammer advantage in the first half at about with 13 of 24 jams they had lead jammer. There were a couple jams that had no lead jammer though.
Filipino gets up into the pack past her own blockers, but doesn't pick up any points on that front wall. Calls it off. No points for either jammer.
Juella DeVille set to jam for the Rosebuds. Dizzy Izzy for Angel City. Back again up at that Jet City pivot line.
Big Mac getting up to the front to set up a wall. Joined by Catnip.
And now Angel City trying to break that up a little bit. Desmanian Devil rolling forward first to make contact, now to bridge. As Dizzy Izzy pushing almost, but not quite. Gets bumped out. This time spins around Big Mac and his lead jammer.
Only took 40 seconds into that jam to get a lead jammer. Joella DeVille is now out on her initial pass. And Dizzy Izzy looking for points, taking a hard hit into the inside by Big Mac. Picking up 2 points and calling off the jam.
Big Mac, excellent aim, making sure that the shorter skater, that she gets her in the chest, not up higher. So a clean hit to the inside.
A little regulator lining up here for the Angel City and taking on bad advice for the Rosebuds. Bad advice looking for the opening on the outside. Gets knocked out, is going to get recycled back behind Zodi Destroyer.
Meanwhile, little regulator. Finally, they have to let her go. Not lead jammer, however. Bad advice picks that up. Calls off the jam, 0-0. We keep our 10-point lead. 26 minutes to go in the game.
Psycho lining up here for Angel City, taking on Filipino for Rose.
We got the split pack. Now Portland rolling forward. Oh, nicely done. Right as Catnip tried to hit her, Psycho steps a little bit ahead and finds the gap and is through for lead jammer.
And she's around now looking for points as Filipino exits the pack. Psycho picks up 4 points and calls it off.
Thought about giving chase, but Filipino put on a little afterburner to pull farther ahead. So a 4-point jam, 84 now for Angel City. Narrows the lead to 6. Rosebuds holding solid at 90.
We've got Desmanian Devil lining up here for Angel City, taking on Juella DeVille for the Rosebuds. Desmanian Devil getting swept back and forth at the back of the pack, and Juella DeVille getting around the front, and she is your lead jammer for the Rosebuds.
And a multiplayer block being assessed on Zoe Destroyer.
Bust your butt, taking a hard fall there. Right back up. Big Mac on her way to the penalty box.
And Rosebuds again cycling up to the front. Oh, and a back block late. Desmanian Devil, both jammers in and out of the box. Tasmanian Devil chooses to go derby direction while Juella DeVille rolls backwards.
And the Rosebuds taking that front wall, driven by Rosemary's Baby, trying to knock out Tasmanian Devil. They've got her. Going to recycle her back. And Juella DeVille back to the penalty box now.
I didn't hear what she got. So power jam for Tasmanian Devil. And she is bumped out. No run back, so she pushes in as Rosebuds reset towards the front of the pack.
And there goes Tasmanian Devil getting called on the cut track.
Nice work. Rosemary's Baby throws out the hip, just gets the foot out of bounds. So both jammers with 2 penalties in the jam. And Juella DeVille back in, pushing through. And as time runs out on the jam, Juella DeVille with 5 points. I think I saw 2 for Angel City.
Wow. Neither team wanting to give up any leeway here in the second half. We've got Bad Advice lining up for the Rosebuds. Tasmanian Devil still hanging out in the penalty box, and we have an official timeout.
All right, so the refs conferred at the end of that jam and determined that the person who had knocked Tasmanian Devil out of bounds had stepped out. So with no need for an official review, the officials officially reviewed the call, and she is no longer assessed that cutting penalty. And we will reset with Helen Killer jamming for Angel City against Bad Advise.
Helen Killer up against that front wall of purple is knocked to the inside and going to have to give it another go. Rosebuds with a blocker on the way to the penalty box. And Helen Killer break through for lead jammer Angel City.
Helen Killer, first jam of the day, first lead jammer of the day. As both backs now slimming down to 2. Helen Killer gives a little juke around Catnip, calls off the jam 4-0, 88-95.
Looks like we've got Misfit lining up here for Angel City, taking on Filipino for the Rosebuds.
I'm continuing to be distracted by the shiny dinosaur on her back.
So shiny. I
Now
love
that
it.
now they've switched benches and it's closer. I distracted you from calling the game. Misfit is your lead jammer for Angel City.
The pack picking up serious pace here, making it difficult for either jammer to catch up. But Misfit gets around Big Mac, picks up 4 points, and calls off the jam. Whew.
Yes, 2 straight 4-0 jams by Angel City. Brings us to a 3-point game with a little over 20 minutes to go. 95 Rosebuds, 92 Angel City. Angel City 2 down in the pack. Rosebuds 1 down.
And we've got Psycho here jamming for the Angel City up against Juella DeVille for the Rosebuds. Juella DeVille only has 2 to get around, 1 left, and she is your lead jammer for the Rosebuds.
And Psycho around Rosemary's Baby as the packs again slimming down to 2-on-2 and racing ahead, making it that much harder for Holly Screwya to catch back up.
The Rosebuds just trying to hold on to that lead at this point. Juella DeVille gets around, picks up 3 points, and calls it off.
And right at the end, Punky Bruiser picked up a cut track call, so 3-on-2. In the pack again, advantage for the Rosebuds with Bad Advise jamming against Tasmanian Devil.
And Bad Advice again making quick work of the pack. Oh, takes a fall coming out, but she is your lead jammer for the Rosebuds. Angel City with a blocker going to the penalty box. I believe that was for a low block, and now we've got Tasmanian Devil out of the pack as well. Bad advice into the pack, picking up 4 points, calls off the jam to stop Tasmanian Devil from picking up any points. And hey, it worked.
Weird how that happens.
I know, right? We've got the Rosebuds passing the triple-digit mark of 102 to 92. Still just a 10-point game, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have any Angel City fans here in the house?
All right, what about Rose City Rosebuds fans? All right, it's good that you have segregated to your respective corners.
There goes Dizzy Izzy picking up lead jammer for Angel City. Filipino still trying to get through the front of the pack, but she has been called on a cut track and will go to the penalty box. Power jam Angel City.
Poor Filipino getting hit on her way out of bounds to get to the box. Like, no, I'm just trying to go over there.
And Dizzy Izzy gets around the front of the pack for 5 for Angel City. Holly Screw Ya, Barbarian the Librarian, and Starship Trooper trying to set up a wall to stop Dizzy Izzy.
And some excellent step through and breaking up that pack. As Psycho slows it down, but Dizzy Izzy calls off the jam after tying the game at 102 and freezing Filipino in the penalty box.
Bust your butt to start off with this power start. Oh, Rosemary Baby setting up that wall at the front. Holly Screw You and Big Mac and Smacky Kennedy.
Angel City blockers setting up for defense rather than offense because they knew Filipino was coming in quick. And letting Bust Your Butt push the pack to the front. And pirouettes through and is through for lead jammer.
Filipino now working to get around one last Angel City blocker. She does it. She is through on her initial, and here comes Bust Your Butt to pick up points. Gets her hips around Rosemary's Baby, picks up the 4 points, and calls off the jam.
Bust Your Butt now 3 for 3 lead jammering. She's good at the jammering. Psycho.
You're so good at words.
It's true. I have a degree in words.
He words good.
Psycho jamming for Angel City, Joella DeVille for the Rosebuds. Angel City taking the lead 106-102 with that last jam.
2-on-4 pack advantage to the Rosebuds here in this beginning of this jam. Psycho getting hung up in that wall of purple, getting run back behind Big Mac. And Joella DeVille with one more to get around. She is through, your lead jammer for the Rosebuds.
And pack's thinning out again as the Angel City line cut down to 1. Little quick run through for Joella DeVille. Grabs her 4 and brings us back to a tie.
Bad advice lining up here against Misfit.
And we're down to 15 minutes to go in the game. Entering that valuable fourth quarter.
And bad advice going down at turn 1 is going to get recycled back.
Misfit was almost clear, but got hung up on the group slowing down. Bad advice, but did land lead jammer. As bad advice catches up.
And the pack decides to speed up just as the jam gets called, and we still have a tie game.
And we'll reset with Bust Your Butt again, jamming for Angel City, Filipino for the Rosebuds. One skater in the Fill Dirt penalty box, Spunky Bruiser for Angel City.
Filipino pushing, looking for an opening, trying to squeeze through that front wall of white blockers. The pack is picking up pace significantly, and Bust Your Butt has picked up lead jammer for Angel City. Filipino still trying to work her way through that pack.
And Big Mac, a nice opening door block there, and bumping number 52 for Angel City, Squash Bob Skate Pants. Out of bounds to free her jammer.
Nice hit on the jammer by Barbarian Librarian, knocking her out of bounds, forcing the call off. And we've got Tasmanian Devil lining up here for Angel City up against Joella DeVille for the Rosebuds.
Angel City now leading 109-106 with 13 minutes to go in the game. Joella DeVille only almost to the front, but then shut down by the three-wall Triceratops blocking of Angel City, but finally able to break free as your lead jammer.
Tasmanian Devil out of the pack, and now as Rosemary's Baby reports to the penalty box, Joella DeVille gets around the front of the pack with a spin move, picking up 4 points and calling off the jam. And from our calculations, I believe that is 6 penalties for Rosemary's Baby.
Lil Regulator jamming for Angel City. Bad advise for the Rosebuds.
Rosebuds with the 1 point lead, 110-109. A lot of time left here still in the second half. See, I don't even know where we're at.
There's time. There's a half. There's some game.
What is time anyway?
It's timey-wimey. Lil Regulator is Leady Jammery. And half a lap or so ahead of Bad Advise as the pack again speeding up. Psycho rolls forward to break things free, but Big Mac's still there. And another 3-0 run.
Another lead change. Angel City now in the lead, 112-110. 11 and a half minutes left in this second period. Bust Your Butt lining up here for Angel City, taking on Filipino for the Rosebuds.
Hey, we saw this like 3 jams ago.
It does seem familiar.
Penalty box now empty, however.
Woohoo!
So both teams full strength. Rose City lined up to the back in purple. Angel City in front in white.
Filipino flicking them off one at a time. She is your lead jammer for the Rosebuds. Bust Your Butt still hung up in the pack. She is trying to get through. She's through now on her initial pass, and here comes Filipino as the pack picks up pace.
And there is the whistle and the signal. Filipino called for the back block for riding in hot to the pack. So power jam for Bust Your Butt and Angel City. And 5 points up for Bust Your Butt. Swings the Angel City lead out now 117-110.
Bust Your Butt getting locked down by Big Mac here, but they got to let her go, and that's another 5 points for Angel City, widening their lead over the Rosebuds. And she motions to her blockers to break up that wall of purple. Knock to the inside, and Bust Your Butt is trying to get around. And Filipino out of the penalty box is through the pack. She's picked up 4. And there has been a star pass over to number 52. That's Squash Bob Skate Pants.
Squash Bob skate pantsing for the first time with the star on her helmet. As Filipino threw for 5 points on her second pass.
5 more for Angel City in the end of that one. 15 points, Angel City, that jam to Rosebuds 9, taking the lead to 127. Angel City over the Rosebuds 119. And we've got Joella DeVille jamming here against Psycho. Joella DeVille sees that opening on the inside, takes advantage of the light pack, and picks up lead jammer for the Rosebuds.
Oh, Joella DeVille taps the hips before getting, but does pick up the point and the 2 in the penalty box. And right at the end of the jam, I think that was Zoe Destroyer being sent to the penalty box. So again, only 2 in the pack for Angel City.
And they are off. Bad Advice getting up to the front. And she is through quickly, picks up lead jammer for the Rosebuds. Big Mac and Catnip trying to set up a good wall here. With a 1 to get around, she jukes, and Bad Advice gets through, picks up 4 points, and calls off the jam.
Very nice juke move there. Woo. With the dink in the head to one side and the body to the other. 1 point game with 7 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Starting off 2 very good junior games. I'm sorry, make that a tie.
It's a tie game.
That's even better.
Even better. It's like we're starting all over again, but with a bunch of penalties on the board. Filipino here in a power jam to start off this 21st jam of the second period. She's got 2 to get around here. Down to 1 more, that's number 79, a little regulator, and she is through for lead jammer.
That is the 4th straight lead jammer call for the Rosebuds. And Angel City's pack thinned down. Only 2 blockers on the track.
Filipino through. She only had to get around 2 of them, and she picks up 5 more points for the Rosebuds.
Little regulator trying to hip her out to the inside, but not enough power to do so. Misfit out of the penalty box and back engaged.
Barbarian the Librarian doing a great job of holding her back. And Rosemary's Baby, Big Mac, and number 418. That's Moonlight Bandit, just slowing her down.
And Star has been passed. Psycho has it in hand now, puts it on the cap. Steps over Filipino before getting beat around. Rosemary's Baby there avoids the swinging hit from Moonlight Bandit. Filipino calls off the jam after picking up 4 more points.
Psycho was just getting bounced around in the back there towards the end of that jam. Made my head spin.
And with that, Rosebuds now in the lead by 9, 136 to 127 as we tick down to 5 minutes to go in the game. Desmanian Devil jamming for Angel City. Joella DeVille for the Rose City Rosebuds.
And there goes Desmanian Devil picking up lead at jammer for Angel City.
And Joella DeVille slides, gets a hand out of bounds, but it didn't matter as the skater that hit her went down. She gets the no pass, no penalty, and is still in play.
Thought she was getting called on a penalty, but it was no pass, no penalty, so she's back out. And Desmanian Devil calls the jam just in time, picking up 4 points for Angel City and shutting down the Rosebuds.
And also pulling it back to within 5. As Angel City sends out Dizzy Izzy to jam against Bad Advise for the Rosebuds.
Empty penalty box here going into the 23rd jam of this period. Bad advice, trying to squeeze her way through the front of the pack. She's got to get around Psycho. She does it. She is your lead jammer for the Rosebuds.
Meanwhile, Dizzy Izzy stymied by the Rosebuds pack. As Smacky Kennedy shouldering her out, Rosemary's Baby and Big Mac last two to beat.
Big Mac and Smacky Kennedy slowing her down, but she finally gets around Dizzy Izzy's through on her initial pass. Bad advice gets through for 4 and calls off the jam.
And that stretches it back to a 9-point lead, 140-133. Desmanian Devil back out to jam for Angel City. Filipino set to jam for the Rosebuds.
3-on-2 pack advantage to the Rosebuds here. And we have an official timeout.
I think we're getting a little scoring confirmation. Let's thank our skating and non-skating officials. I won't read the whole list. You can find them in your program. But special thanks to our head ref, Hangin' Chad, and our head NSO, Gorham Browncoat, for organizing all of these people. We'll also thank our head leads of the medical staff, co-leads Stitch 'em Up Stinkerbell and Lala. Now that I've mentioned the medics, somebody's probably going to get hurt. The announcer curse will work in that way. We don't want that.
No. Not at all. Switches are a funny thing.
Switches are funny.
And we have Angel City calling for an official review.
All right, so Angel City was requesting a review. They felt that their jammer was on a scoring pass and should have received some points. And upon review, with all the striped shirts and the clipboards, it was determined no, she was still on the initial pass the entire time. No point stand. 9-point lead for the Rosebuds. Just under 3 minutes to go. Filipino jamming for the Rosebuds. Tasmanian Devil for Angel City.
Switches, man. Filipino picks up lead jammer right off the bat here for the Rosebuds. As Tasmanian Devil going to the penalty box for cutting the track. Power jam here for Rosebuds. And they want to hold on to that lead. There's 5 more for Filipino.
And a thinned down pack as Zoe Destroyer heads to the penalty box. That leaves only Squash Bob Skate Pants at the front of the pack as the rest of the defense tries to catch up.
Fantastic job by Filipino there, staying inbounds up on her toe stops while taking those hits. Keeping aware of where she is at all times. Now she's got a full 3 blockers to try to squeeze past. And they push her out of bounds, recycle her back.
Big Mac forces Tasmanian Devil out. Rosemary's Baby runs her back. But Des finds a gap on the outside and is through. That's her initial pass.
Filipino trying to get around the front of the pack. She gets pushed to the outside and says she's had enough and calls off the jam. 15 points for Filipino on that last run.
And that takes our score 155 Rosebuds, 131 Angel City. I like that since the pack was in between, the coach had to jump up and down for the call off the jam signal.
Joella DeVille lining up here for the Rosebuds, taking on Lil Regulator for Angel City.
And Joella DeVille pushing to the front, 3 to beat as the bridge is set, and she is clear.
Little Regulator getting knocked around at the back of the pack, now knocked to the outside, recycled back by Barbarian the Librarian.
And the pack stretches super wide as Little Regulator weaves through the Rose City defense. But 5 points up for Joella DeVille. And Joella DeVille calls off the jam. Timeout called by Angel City. 1 more point for the Rosebuds, takes them to 161, a 30-point lead with 20 seconds to go on the game clock.
Well-placed timeout here by Angel City, trying to stop the momentum the Rosebuds have picked up in the last 2 jams.
And Angel City will send Psycho out for what may well be our last jam up against Bad Advise. 30-point jam, not easy, but certainly possible. And here we go for the potential final jam. Bad Advise pushed to the inside, but does not go out of bounds and is up in his lead jammer. Rosebuds in control of their destiny as Psycho is clear. And Angel City racing forward.
And running off the time clock there, we are going to wait for the official final.
And it went quick because there were no points in that last jam. So there is your final score. Rose City Rosebuds 161, Angel City 134. And as soon as Angel City thanks everyone, because they are very polite, all the refs are running away from them. All right, give a high five and a round of applause for your victorious Rose City Rosebuds. And keep your hands out for the Angel City Junior Derby.
If you're wondering what's coming up next here on track 2, we've got FOCO co-ed team taking on Mayhem. Don't go away. That will be getting underway here probably shortly in about 10, 15 minutes.
I would think so. And over on track 1, we're going to have the Northwest Derby Company versus the Anarchy Angels.
Hello.
G'day.
Hi, I'm Phil Dart.
I'm Dan Under. Welcome to day 3 of Wild West Showdown.
2016, amazing work. This is the 4,387th Wild West Showdown, or at least it feels that way. It could be that number of bouts. I don't remember. Been here since there was a challenge hall, for crying out loud.
There's been about 3 million points scored on this track so far today.
Yeah, so today, in this bout here, Grack 2, we're going to be watching the FOCO Spartans taking on the California Mayhem. Not to be confused with the Norwegian death metal band Mayhem. Entirely different. I hope.
More people or fewer people?
Well, I don't think these people have burned down any churches or eaten anyone's brains.
It is Derby.
I don't know that for sure. I'm just kind of guessing.
Yeah, you can't build DIY things without burning something down, right?
I'm going to run through the rosters really quick. California Mayhem, 00, Big Booty Judy, 007, Zenbad, 0820, Minor Threat, 18, Kaylor Swift, 2, Zippy, 21, Slaughter Lily, 24, Little Jewel, 26, Sister Jean, 3, Lexi, 322, G-Force, 329, Rosella, 35, KB the Rockstar, 50, Tay Day, 52, Love Tab, 59, Squeezer, 666, Evil Alice, 77, Wild Thing, 8, Wild Thing. I may have a mistake on my roster. 9, Lil Alley Cat, and 99, Kangaroothless.
Kangaroothless, crikey. And for the FOCO Spartans, we have 02, Red Ripper. Number 11, RC Cola. 1618, Mojo Jojo. Number 2, Alice in Chains. Number 20, Crazy Diva. Number 201, Baby. 204, Hippie Longstocking. Number 22, Daisy Jukes. 257, Reno. 321, Mia Psycho. 62, Zombie. 71, Sunny Days. 8, A Breeze of Wind. And 93, Razor.
All right, should be a great bout here.
And there may not be a roster error. There can be 2 wild things. Name doesn't have to be unique, just the number.
Right. Officially.
Officially.
So this will be, I believe, Mayhem in black with orange and FOCO Spartans in yellow with purple. The color of royalty.
And we have 257 Reno versus KB Rockstar up on the line.
I apologize now if I wind up shouting several of these names. They're written in all caps, so...
They're very excited to be here. And we have a forearm to start with KB.
KB's going to Rockstar slide into the sin bin. And we've got a power jam to start this off for Reno. The biggest little jammer in the world.
And Love Tap was doing a good job holding him back, but not quite good enough.
Penalty parade to start this off, Dan. Finally, lead jammer for Reno. And we're going to take a little timeout after that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to announce that this will take a little bit. We are phoning for an ambulance. There should be help on the way. We'll be back at the game here in just a few minutes. I'd like everybody to have some good thoughts for Reno. If you worship any kind of deity, please put them in your thoughts and send some healing vibes his way. Thank you. And especially thank you to the paramedics being here right on site and being able to come out and talk to him, get him to lay back down immediately. So we'll have more information as we get it. Big hands, ladies and gentlemen, for Reno. The biggest little skater in the world. I'll go get him patched up. He'll be back for the second period. They'll turn him into a cyborg.
Looks like everyone's getting a few minutes to warm up again.
Yeah, a little bit of warm-up time, always good. 17 minutes, cool everybody down. So we're going to take a 10-minute break real quick while everybody gets warmed back up, looks like. If you guys want to go outside, grab some donuts, because they're delicious. We'll get this started again, pretend nothing ever happened. All right, so 5 minutes. So get those donuts quick. All right, we are back to the action. And that looks like Zenbad. Oh, sorry, Daisy Jukes. Excuse me, I got my teams mixed up. Daisy Jukes out there, lead jammer, and a power jam as Zenbad was in the sin bin. Daisy Jukes picking up 5 big points already to start the scoring here as we have Foco versus California Mayhem. Slight accident love tap with a couple big hits already in this. Once again, I'm Phil Dirt.
And Daisy Duke calling off the jam there before any points could be scored. Wise play.
I'm with Dan Under over here. So we had a slight problem to start this game in 1 minute, 6 seconds in. Reno went down with a bad collision, has been taken off. If we get any information, we will pass that on to everyone. There wasn't a penalty, and KB the Rockstar has been expelled from the game for reckless play. And now we're back in the action with an 8-point lead for the Foco Spartans.
And we have Hippie Longstocking versus Evil Alice up on the line. And Evil Alice for lead jammer.
Go ask Alice. Or don't. Probably don't want to. She's busy right now. Couple of big heads, but way out of play.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, failure to return penalties handed out like candy. Sweet, sweet candy. Not that candy you bring. That flower tasting, whatever the heck that is.
It's not my. If you're not man enough for Australian candy.
Evil Alice picking up a grand slam on that, and we have a lean change. California Mayhem now up 1 point. But Hippie Longstocking also out of the pack.
Both teams trading penalty troubles, leading to the Jammers being able to go through very quickly.
Out of play penalty there. I believe we had a no pack situation very briefly. So now only one blocker on the track. And there's a second one. Now there's only one again. California Mayhem rotate into the penalty box. A little bit of penalty trouble early on here.
Bit of confusion about being sent to the box there and being pulled back on. And confusion sorted.
Refs are keeping busy here early in this game there, Dan.
Yeah.
Final total of that, though, 25-point jam for Evil Alice. Maybe Longstalker picking up 12.
Bring California Mayhem up 25 points to Spartans 20.
And an official timeout. Mayhem's coach coming out with some concerns. So official timeout right at the 5-minute mark, 25-20, 25 minutes. It seems way too neat to me. But that's just me. All right, so got official timeout, some penalties had been accrued. Evil Alice will start this in the sin bin. Got a feeling it was an after the whistle penalty there.
That would make sense. They're serving as a blocker.
As she had been the jammer in the previous jam, but once the jam in, she's not the jammer anymore.
Yep. Not unless they want to line her up as a jammer, but that doesn't sound like a wise move.
So Zenbad able to pick up, Zenbad out of the pack. A breeze of wind.
Yep. Taking her initial pass to get lead jammer through, like her name says. Calls off the jam, but not quite soon enough to stop Zenbad scoring points.
4 points for everybody, and still a huge pack advantage right now for FOCO. 3-1. Daisy Jukes out there against Love Tap.
Love Tap's first time on the jammer line today.
But a very effective blocker. Love Tap doing a little bit of defensive jamming.
It's good work to catch up and force the jam to be called off for a 0-0 gain.
Good work there for California Mayhem, as that got all but one of their players out of the penalty box.
Sunny Days lining up against Zenbad. This is the first time Sunny Days is on the jammer line this game.
Nice blocking by Mayhem right off the bat. Love Tap trying to draw that cut, but just didn't get back quite fast enough. And Zenbad gonna make it through lead jammer.
More candy being handed out by the referees.
Yay, candy. Out of play declared, and that's going to pop Sunny Days out of the pack.
Love Tap wisely yielding to the out of play there, letting him go.
A 4-point run by Mayhem. Blocking out of play on Love Tap there, but damage already done as Sunny Days out of bounds, has to get recycled.
Oh, last minute effort by the blocker at the front there.
Yeah, a bit of a yard sale there, all over the place. And a cutting the track called on Zenbad. Gonna have to run off to the sin bin, but a power and a misconduct on Sunny Days. That's not taking the clouds away. I like that, Dan. One jammer goes in, the other comes out.
Well, the other jammer coming out will have to wait until the next jams. We expire for time.
That's true.
So we have a scores 16-8 in the last jam. California Mayhem 45, FOCO Spartans 32.
Yeah, Sunny Days will look on from the sin bin as Evil Alice jamming for California Mayhem.
Trying to make something of this very small power start.
Oh, and a no pass, no penalty for Evil Alice. So Evil Alice, not the lead jammer, still available to Sunny Days.
Maybe the sun will shine again.
Sunny Days, I believe, wants to grow up and have their own real estate company. That's a bad 90s band joke there, ladies and gentlemen. Glad I could be here. Glad I could help. Evil Alice sailing through natural grand slam. 5 big points. Some words of encouragement from the bench.
These points coming at a price, though, as the California Mayhem blockers are going to the box. But 5 points after 5 points.
But Mia Psycho now with the star upon thars. Sunny Day is taking over as a blocker and doing a great job of it with a couple of nice blockouts.
Just cutting through like a ray. And running it down at the front of the pack, trying to keep it in there. Had to let it go.
So no lead jammer in this one, as Mia Psycho was the pivot and Evil Alice did not earn it. So this jam will go the whole 2 minutes, 1 minute 30 seconds gone so far, and a lot of points going up in the air.
And it's good to see the jam is able to skate laps as required in this jam.
"19 minutes left in this first period. Pack
And you
destruction.
break the pack, you go to the box. There it goes.
Nice spinorama there, and this jam finally comes to an end after 2 full minutes. Double check all the points get added up here. Looks like 66-48, California Mayhem with the lead. 18 minutes, 36 seconds left on the clock in the first period.
And we've got Crazy Diva up against Love Tap today.
Both jammers making it out. Crazy Diva lead. And good work by the coaches for the Foco Spartans there. Realize Spartans were at the back of the pack while Crazy Diva was coming in fast and hot. Probably was going to leave the points to Love Tap, and being down.
And she called it off just in time to prevent points, but long enough to let one of the blockers, the last blocker, out of the penalty box. So Diva's lining up again, this time against Zenbad.
Crazy Diva, lead jammer.
Twice in a row.
Crazy for being so low. 71-48. Oh, big pile up there in the back of the pack. Oh, a huge hit, and a ref goes down. And we're going to get a timeout here.
Oh, she was in the...
All right, big hand for Crazy Diva, everybody. Looked like a bad landing, but I think she was just actually laughing from taking out the referee on the outside. They just took it the wrong way. Nobody'd ever laugh about taking out a referee. Everybody laughs about taking out a referee. No, no.
Yeah.
All right, so we're 17:06 at the end of that timeout. 72 for Mayhem Foco with 50. Evil Alice out against Daisy Jukes.
Who beats the front runners, blocking at the front of the pack, trying to make sure she doesn't get out of the pack, but they were not good enough.
Yeah, Evil Alice about quarter, 3/4, about a third. We'll go with a third of a lap behind.
Two points apiece.
I've got it. I know who he reminds me. If you took Lobster and combined him with Coach Dirty that used to coach for Sacred City, that's who he reminds me of. And there's like 2 people in the entire world who knows who the hell I'm talking about. It's beautiful. The advantage of being very, very old. Lead jammer for Love Tap. Out there against Sunny Days yet again. Sunny Days still trapped in the pack.
Past the starter Diva, who's now the official jammer, who's still recycled and stuck in the back of the pack.
Crazy Diva. Good to see her back on the track already. Again, I think just laughing about taking out the referee. It looked like crying. Laughing so hard, tears were coming out. But Love Tap's going to call that up a 9-point jam. It takes California Mayhem to 83, 52 for Foco.
Halfway through this first period.
Evil Alice against Daisy Jukes this time. Evil Alice just manages to find a small gap on the inside lane. And a spinorama by Daisy Jukes. Both jammers now out of the pack, but Evil Alice in the lead with the lead jammer.
Daisy Jukes hungry for some points at the end of that jam, but did not get quite past the hips to score any of them.
You had gotten into the pack, but not quite far enough.
Not quite. Those hips are important. Got to get past them to score them.
The hips don't lie, as the great theologian Shakira once said. Zenbad now out there with Hippie Longstocking, excuse me. Wrong team. Zenbad, lead jammer. Five points there for Zenbad. And Zenbad with the back block as it comes into the pack. Failure to reform penalties there. I believe we also had a pack destruction. So a power jam right now for Sunny Days.
Successfully stringing the back all the way. It's about as
And Sunny Days finds a line on the outside, gets out of the pack. It's finished with their initial pass. Zenbad, though, out of the penalty box. (96-52) on the scoreboard right now, but we're going to get some more as both jammers on a scoring pass. Mojo Jojo trying to do a little bit of quarterback in there.
dropping back just a little too far. In the attempt to draw Sunny even further back.
And mercifully, that jam comes to an end. Zenbad, though, 18 points in that, takes Mayhem over the century mark, 105-56 for Foco.
That's 18 points and a trip to the penalty box at the same time. That's a long score. And we have Love Tap up against Baby. Baby's first time on the line this entire game.
Was is this baby? That line of jokes just gets us to talking about springtime. Baby recycled love tap, filing through the inside line, picking up 5 points, grand slam as Baby gets taken out in turn 2. I had to get that out. Baby now out of the pack as love tap already through for another scoring pass, second pouring pass, 10 points already on the board. And love tap with the spinorama, making sure the jam ref can see, calling off the jam. 14-point jam for California Mayhem, 0 points for the Spartans.
Love tap taking a spin, a pirouette, and a bow at the end of that.
Ooh. If he had only done the hat doff also.
It's unusual to have two announcers with hats to doff.
My hair is a mess. Evil Alice against Daisy Jukes yet again. And Evil Alice comes out the better this time. Lead jammer for the California Mayhem. As the penalties again seem to start piling up for the Mayhem. Oh, Lexi with a monster hit. Gets the out of play blocked, but damage done. Daisy Juke taken to the outside. Taken to the woodshed. But her clock is clean now. She won't have to get somebody else to clean it later.
I'm sure it'll get messed up further in the game.
I don't know how those clocks get so dirty that they need such cleaning, but
You don't clean your hands, and the hands on the face.
I would groan if that was possible right now. So that jam comes to an end. 8 points for Evil Alice. 4 points for Foco. 127 to 60 right now. 9 minutes, 10 seconds remain in the first period. And a timeout taken by California Mayhem.
Seemed like that was likely to happen without them lining up a single blocker or a jammer. Either that or it was poor strategy, but I haven't seen that much from this team so far today.
Well, at the time, they did have 3 people, but they did get one person waived off, so the penalty got canceled. I do see the coach out there for Foco. Seems to be, I don't know if she's gesticulating wildly and then holding her ponytail or trying to say that they're pulling hair.
Long hair, don't care.
Could be both. Entirely possible. No, I think perhaps her ponytail was going. She'll fix that. Get back at it.
Well, she's tying it up now. Maybe she just needed help or advice.
It's true. But very enthusiastic discussion with their head referee.
Both coaches animated today. You get lots of enthusiastic discussions.
It's the joy of being the head referee. Sucker.
And now we're turning this into an official timeout. More animated discussions, this time between the officials.
Official timeout just to make sure that the paperwork is correct. We got the right amount of people in the right places for the penalty box and on the floor. All my I's are crossed and my T's are dotted.
Yeah, at the end of the last jam, there was a black blocker released from the penalty box. Maybe they're just figuring out what that was about.
So it stands right now 9 minutes, 1 second. 127 to 60. Advantage for the California Mayhems over Foco. Zen, Mad, and Crazy Diva are lined up with the stars upon theirs.
Diva doing some yoga on the line there to keep herself warm during this official timeout.
We'd like to thank Fast Girl Skates. Fast Girl Skates, the world's first brick and mortar roller derby store. You can visit them in the beautiful Wallingford neighborhood on North 45th Street in Seattle, or visit them online at fastgirlskates.com. In business now for over 9 years. 9 years. I started doing this nonsense before they were in business. Goodness gracious, I'm old. That's what I'm saying. Old.
And what wheels did you have on your first pair of skates, Phil?
Stone.
Stone. Were they square like mine?
We just strapped rocks to our feet and called them good.
A wise man once said the invention of the wheel wasn't the cleverest invention in the world. The invention of the second wheel was the cleverest invention in the world.
No, you just run I've seen BCE. You just run that stick through the center and ride on it.
Right. But that first one, you're just a unicycle. I mean, that's for Portland.
Of course, they also only had one wheel, but they figured out how to make a peg leg for a guy, so. But Wiley was also scared of water. I don't know. I don't understand it. Johnny Hart's passed on, so it's hard to ask him questions about it.
But we're back to the action now. So,
thank goodness. That was getting way out of. Zenbad and Crazy Diva still jamming. Zenbad with the early lead jammer. Crazy Diva gets out of place. A free passage through the wasteland is granted.
Boom, straight through.
Zenbad making it look easy, picking up 4 points. Crazy Diva just takes that hit like, what, that's all you got? I'm going to take 4 points. How you like them apples?
Yeah, that was a good hit and a good take of a hit.
That's going to be a 4-4 jam, 131-64 right now.
Evil Alice lining up against Hippie Longstockings.
Evil Alice dances on her toe stops along that inside line. Lead jammer, California Mayhem yet again. Hippie Longstockings, man, she got knocked out, man. Had to come back in along the back, man.
And Squeezer living up to a name, knocking Hippie out.
The disadvantage with being evil is sometimes you get penalized for it. So Evil Alice off to the sin bin, and Hippie Longstocking is going to pick up that power jam and out of the pack on a scoring pass.
Well, maybe she just enjoys the sin bin being evil.
It's true, yeah. Oh, and they managed to finally take her down. Hippie Longstockings has to be recycled to the back of the pack, and she's on a scoring pass here on this power jam.
I notice the blockers in engaging the "I'm not touching you" defense here.
Ah, the old "I'm not touching you" pose. Evil Alice out of the penalty box and through the pack already for another 4 points. Hippie did pick up 5 points on that last pass, and Evil Alice will pick up 4 points on that pass.
So that rest in the sin bin seems to have done evil, give her a recharge of evil.
Was it an evil sin bin? Of course, sin is even in the title.
Exactly. I mean, the good sin bin is, well, I don't know, what would you call that?
You don't have to go to that, really.
So it's the good recycling center.
There you go. Evil Alice just finds an open lane on the outside this time, picks up another 5 points. 18-point jam for Evil Alice. 18 evil points for California Mayhem.
And 8 slightly less evil points for Foco. 72 Foco, 149 for California Mayhem.
Sunny Days out there against Love Tap.
Sunny Days facing a wall of black.
Love Tap tries to just fight his way through the center and does. Lead jammer for Love Tap. Sunny Days, though, also out of the pack. Both jammers now on a scoring pass. And Love Tap taps his hips, calls off the jam. Another 4 points.
Repeatedly taps his hips.
Well, if only did it once, he wouldn't call off the jam. That'd just be silly. You could just be resting your hands.
Skating with arms akimbo.
You could be putting your hands on your hips. You're welcome for that earworm.
You could bend the
everybody.
knees in time.
Yeah. Evil Alice only took one evil jam off, and it'll now be evil jamming yet again. Daisy Jukes will be juking with Daisy. Wait, that just didn't work at all. I'll just.
Sometimes you pick something up and then you just got to put it straight back down again.
Let's can we cut? Let's go back, do another take on that one. Wait, no, instead, Daisy Jukes, Foco gonna get lead jammer. Evil Alice knocked to the center. She's gonna do some evil recycling. As Daisy Jukes putting on a clinic right now. 5 points, natural grand slam, and an evil cut by Evil Alice.
Think she needs to recharge her evil. And looks like a toe stop loose on the track.
It's a wheel.
Oh, it's a wheel. That's a bit more significant than a toe stop.
Yeah, Big Booty Judy gonna go sit down and put her wheel back on. So unfortunate news for California Mayhem as Daisy Jukes, already lead jammer on a power jam, now down an additional blocker due to an equipment malfunction.
And down another additional blocker for penalties.
Evil Alice out of the penalty box. But another 4 points for Daisy Jukes. 14-point jam for Foco Spartans and Daisy Jukes. Love Tap now out there.
Up against RC Cola.
Ooh.
RC Cola's first refreshing time on the jammer line today.
RC Cola, a fantastic mixer. Lead jammer for Love Tap. Triple dipple spinorama by Love Tap, but the jam was called.
Yep.
And a 4-0 run.
Spun out and posed for the photo and then gave the thumbs up.
5? Current score 157 to 86. Mayhem in the lead. Zenbad out there jamming again with a nice leap.
Quick hop, step, and a jump and out of the pack.
Lead jam, big pile up on Sunny Days. Trying to take the clouds away. But Zenbad trying to get around. Finally does. And 1 point for the jammer lap.
And Baby up against Evil Alice. If we're going for celebrity names, that makes this the Evil Baby matchup.
Oh. Is there a skater anywhere named Evil Baby?
Evil baby Alice?
It's probably a baby Alice, but an evil baby would be good.
Well, I come from the country where there were evil babies.
Oh, a forearm call. Baby, of course, should stay away from dingoes. Hey! Evil Alice, 4 points there. Oh, Evil Alice takes an evil spill to the evil outside. And that's going to take us to halftime. Thank God, ladies and gentlemen. California Mayhem 166 and 86 for Foco Spartans.
And it's halftime, so I'm down under, and I'll see you in 9 minutes and 40 seconds.
Right, yeah. You get to level 4, and then you get to announce. Yes. That's for all of you folks at home. Coming in halfway through our conversation. Serves you right listening into what we're talking about. Wait.
Well, nothing wrong with having a bit of expertise.
I think you are supposed to listen into what we're talking about. It's kind of our shtick. Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah. They still do this in Derby. That's right. Because I know when I was a referee, I knew everything there was to know about a safety equipment, except if you ever looked at my safety equipment and realized I didn't know anything about safety equipment. This op-ed brought to you by Phil Dirts.
And no amount of checking your safety gear is going to tell you if your wheel's going to fall off.
It's true. Got to tighten those nuts.
So, safety tip, check your own skates.
Here's a safety tip. Don't fall down. Don't fall down. Most important part of safety. So we're going into the second period now. Love Tap going to start this on a power jam for Mayhem. Pick up lead jammer as Baby looks on from the sin bin. Grand slam for Love Tap. Love Tap looking on for guidance from the coach. And it looks like Baby cutting the track. She'll go right back to the penalty box.
Yep, she didn't get much time out on the track. Maybe she likes the rest.
Well, I think she's working on a novel. Whether reading or writing, I do not know. Love Tap just brushes off that hip from Sunny Days. Just kept skating through it.
And the Mayhem coach giving permaculture and horticulture advice.
Yeah, Psycho, though, with some good blocking on that. Held it up just a little bit.
Freezing Baby in the box. Must be an ice box.
Nobody puts Baby in a corner. Except right now because the
Corner 3.
box is in the corner. So, I'd like to thank Laughing Dog Kitchen. Laughing Dog Kitchen providing great food, snacks, cupcakes, biscottis, other tasty things. They're all apparently like relatively good for you, like gluten-free and stuff. But don't let that deter you because it's delicious.
And science tells you that gluten isn't bad for you unless you have a problem with gluten. Thanks, science, for being helpful.
All right, so no pass, no penalty on Evil Alice. So she is not lead jammer, but is the jammer out of the pack and on a scoring pass is going to pick up.
And Baby's past the jammer start of the pivot. And that means this jam's going to go full 2 minutes.
Did you say 3? I thought you said 3. And points for everybody. Evil Alice back into the pack, already 8 points under her belt. Now finds a hole on the outside lane.
And Duke's lighting up the blockers there, trying to clear her own path.
Baby must really want to finish that novel. A nice hip check there by Big Booty Judy.
Smart drop back there by Wild Thing, catching Daisy out on a track cut.
Yeah, Daisy Juke thought, well, the person that knocked me out went down, but then cut a couple of her own players and maybe somebody else.
This blur of motion, that couldn't have been anything, no.
So a power jam for Evil Alice. Now with another grand slam, that's 21 points for Evil Alice, taking Mayhem over the 200-point mark, 208, 94 for the Spartans right now. 5 more points. Evil Alice with the 26 points so far in this jam, trying to get back for more.
That's like the highest scoring jam we've had this game.
And Evil Alice does manage to pick up 1 more point.
The old battle between Jammer and Jammer Ref. Jammer holds up 3 fingers. Jammer Ref holds up but 1. Still 27-point jam. Keep solidifying Mayhem's lead, 214 to 97. Now we're sliding into an official review, an official timeout while the Jammer Refs is conferring points. And the result of that, it looks like a point has been added to Mayhem's score from the last jam.
I believe it was the extra point for the penalty box, the good old ghost
points.
Jinkies.
Who are you going to score?
Zenbad out on the jam line, lead jammer already, and a huge leap. Very smooth skating and very much 5 points.
And Mayhem blockers momentarily forgetting which direction they're supposed to be skating in, skated backwards to draw the jammer back. Seems to have done them well because now we've got Zenbad going through for yet another pass. And another natural grand slam, 15 points.
Helmet panty pass now, and a breeze of wind. Now Sunny Days and Razor with a nice hit out on Zenbad. They're going to call it off. Not before picking up another 3 points, 18 points for Zenbad on that jam. California Mayhem now at 233. 97 for Foco Spartans.
And we have RC Kohler up against Love Tap. We saw this matchup earlier in the period, last period.
Oh, cutting the track on Love Tap. Full speed head into the sin bin, so RC Cola on a power jam. And nice move by Love Tap, coming into full speed to the penalty box, putting on the brakes just outside of the box, sitting down very, very daintily.
Safe. We like safe.
Plus, nobody wants to get ejected for the moving the penalty box into the NSOs.
Well, that does need to be forceful contact to get to the rise to level of expulsion. But since that's not defined anywhere, it's best not to take chances.
Definitions are so overrated.
Words are hard. Looks like Daisy Jukes is the jammer. She's just putting on the cap now.
But still needs to complete initial pass. Love Tap out of the penalty box, and that completes his initial pass. And as that was a helmet panty pass off, there is no lead jammer, so we got 45 more seconds of jam.
Still, there'll be points scored in these 45 seconds.
Big 3-wall check there by California Mayhem. Kangaroo, this Wild Thing, and Lexi with a nice 3-way block as Daisy Jukes went through the pack last time.
And that's the jam. We have 12 points for California Mayhem, bringing them to 245 for the game. And another 7 for the Foco Spartans, bringing them to 104 points.
22 minutes and 13 or so seconds left in the game. A free wind going to jam this, or a breeze of wind, excuse me. Going to start this one off. I believe first time starting as the jammer. Had managed to wear the cap a few times as the pivot. And Evil Alice.
So I guess this is an evil wind if we're going with paired names again.
An evil wind blows here at the Wild West Showdown.
An evil wind blows through corner 1 and out through corner 2, and she breezes through the last of the defenders to get lead jammer.
Abriza making it through, picking up 4 points there. Going to call it off.
Calls it off, and
Kami's going to talk it over with her head referee. Always like to see that. Well, not always, but do like to see that. And 3 points.
3. Definitely worth double checking. 3 points versus 0. That's good. And Zenbad breaks out the front into the lead as lead jammer, whilst Crazy Divas stuck up in the back still.
And Zenbad's going to call that one off.
Call it off just before Diva made it through to the back to score any points. Now we have Sunny Days lining up against Love Tap. And they're off.
Like a herd of turtles.
And Love Tap makes it through. Stumbles, falls, but manages to pass everybody's hips to earn lead jammer.
I managed to not say that backwards. Amazing. Big pile up coming out of turn 3. And that's going to be a back block. In case you wondered what a back block looks like, that would be it.
And heads back for the thing he dropped, but not that. That's important.
Love Tap lost his cap, so he's going to go back, grab that, put it back on his head before he heads off to the sin bin. So it's great work there by Sister with a nice assist to punch Sunny Days out of bounds. And the long drawback, good penalty kill so far by Mayhem.
There's a duck, a dodge, a spin, a parry, and a spin cycle and back recycled.
Sister Jean again, nice quarterbacking on this power play.
Squeezer living up to her name this jam.
Oh, great hip check by Squeezer. Sunny Days like, I don't really want another one of those. Tries to hand it off, but oh, the sneak play.
Yep. Is it in my hand? Is it my left hand? My right hand? Does the pivot have it? No, I've got it, and it's back on my head.
Jammer, jammer, who's the jammer? I'll tell you who the jammer is. Love Tap.
3 jammer Monty. Is that a thing?
Find the jammer. Fight the jammer.
I'm the jammer, and so is my wife. There we go. Now there's one that's only 3 people in the room get. Looks like 2 apiece.
Razor with a nice little block there, forcing Love Tap out. So 10 points for Love Tap, 262. 2 points for Sunny Days, 110. 17 minutes, 30 some odd seconds remaining in this bout. Daisy Jukes out there in yellow, Zenbad out there in black. And
both jammers out the pack so very close there. Jammer refs take a moment to talk to each other, and Jukes came out ahead. Calls off the jam, and we line up to do it all again. In fact, Zenbot is lining up to do it all again.
That jam was not long enough. Got to just go out there and go, okay, yep.
He is an explorer after all.
Oh. A breeze of wind wearing the star for Foco.
And she's going to huff and she's going to puff, and the wall isn't going to go down.
Oh, Sister Jean trying to get that. Sister Jean not only running back to try and draw that cut, but throwing a shoulder check to stop the recycling of her own skater.
That's some good thinking on your feet right there.
And nothing for nothing. 0-0. Nada, nada. Zip, zip. Goose egg, goose egg.
Or a duck, as they call it back home.
Right. Quack.
Quack.
Quack, 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 quack.
And RC Cola against Evil Alice again. I guess that's... Well, RC Cola is Evil Cola, I suppose, so there's not really much to change there.
Well, RC Cola was kind of, the veteran of the Cola Wars. So...
Now all Cola is RC Cola. And Evil Alice threw ahead to get lead jammer. RC Cole has gone flat and decided to pass on the star to somebody else. Die.
And 4 points picked up by Evil Alice with the belly slide. Lexi with a nice Blake there on Daisy Jukes. Evil Alice with the evil grand slam. It was evil naturally. Didn't even have to work at being evil.
And Jukes coming through. A juke here, a juke there. Stumble there, a fall here.
Squeezer and Daisy Jukes just kind of having their own little game there.
Yeah, was it trying to get Daisy Juice with a squeezer?
Evil Alice still trying to fly through. Already 19 points in this jam. And a Spinorama going to call off the jam with another 5 points. 24-point jam for Evil Alice, ladies and gentlemen.
24 unanswered points. And Foco calling a timeout. This timeout brought to you by, tell us, Phil.
We're going to say the Bremerton Bottling Company. Since we've been giving all these free plugs to RC Cola, let's bring up Bremerton Bottling Company Incorporated, your local Pepsi distributor. Because after all, it's hard to find RC anywhere. Actually, it's right over there.
Right over there.
Right over there.
There's a big sign that lights up and everything. Yeah.
I like this can a lot. That's a really old ad I just did there.
You know, I don't think I ever saw an ad for RC Cola.
Again, veterans of the Cola Wars, but you know, they did about as well as Austria-Hungary did after the First World War.
And yet there's more cola sold today than even during that turbulent time.
We lost so many close friends, like Coke too.
So we've got Mia Psycho lining up for the first time this game. Quite successfully, bringing out the secret weapon this late in the game. Seems to be working for them.
Love Tap also out of the pack. Mia Psycho just going to call that one off. Saw the speed that Love Tap was coming into the pack with.
0-0 jam there, and due to the magic of mathematics, this actually works in the favor of Foco. And speaking of our favorite cola beverage for the evening, RC Cola's back lined up against Zenbad.
The royal crown of colas. All right, so there was a false start penalty And Slaughter Lily heads off to the sin bin. Also a penalty for Zenbad. So
And
RC Cola on a power jam.
Fizz through the pack into the lead jamming position.
Oh, she's the roast refreshing with 5 points right there.
So refreshing, I can taste it from here. Couple of blockers there trying to crush the can, but she's obviously the old aluminium kind that does not take much and very kindly to being crushed like that.
Oh, great hold in bounds by RC Cola. Another 5 point, 10-point jam for RC so far. Zanbat out of the pack, or not out of the box, excuse me, but a lot of great blocking in front to hold him up for just a minute. Oh, Wild Thing. Made RC Cola's head ring, I believe. RC Cola makes everything. And some nice sportsmanship at the end of that by Wild Thing, but a 13-point jam.
30-0. Due to the much simpler mathematics involved here, that still works to the favor of FOCO.
127 for FOCO, 286 California Mayhem. 11 minutes and 15 seconds left in the game.
Yeah. Breeze the Wind up against Evil Alice again.
Razor with a nice hit out and hold back.
Raza dropping back to help give Breeze more time.
A Breeze a win getting caught in the wall.
A stationary wall, which you can't do. So we have a Mayhem skater going off to the penalty box for a stop block.
Now Razor heading off to the penalty box also. Oh, and Evil Alice with an evil cutting.
Looks like she evilly stepped onto the track before she should have done.
So we got a power jam for whoever's got the jammer cover. That's what a back block looks like, ladies and gentlemen. And Kaylor Swift gonna head on, feel much shame over that one, as Sunny Days taking the clouds away.
And like a ray of sunshine going through and brightening up this FOCO defense.
Sister Jean with a nice shoulder check there, stopping Sunny Days in their track. Get a penalty, as I believe we had a split pack at the time.
Yeah. Eva Ellis finally making it out. Oh, making it out on a scoring pass. My mistake.
Four points for everybody.
Yeah. That's a very strung out pack. I heard the referee saying there was no pack at the end there. And the jam ends to time, scoring 4-3. Bringing FOCO to 144, California Mayhem to 293 points.
8 minutes, 50 seconds left.
Jam time is going to tell us how long there is. There it is, still the next jam.
First time jammer out there.
Allison Chains,
Allison
first time.
Chains.
She got tied up at the back there.
Love Tap, not the first time jammer out there.
No. I think we've seen him a couple of times. I think maybe twice.
Just a few, 2 or 3 maybe. I don't keep track.
And Allison Chains decided to hand the cap off to Diva. She did manage to get out of the pack, which is important. Caused Love Tap to call off the jam, staunch the bleeding for that particular scoring. We have Zenbad again against the Breeze and the Wind. Looks like they're lining up on some other part of the track we're not accustomed to.
The official timeout line.
The official timeout line, yes, that's right. Sponsored by Yawning.
Sponsored by the Baymont Inn and Suites. Right this second. Breeza Win and Zenbad both trying to fight through. Great defense by both these teams right now. Zenbad, a really slick skater, and continues that lead jammer, Zenbad, California Mayhem.
Supreme jammer, as they say in some parts of another country. And Win seems to be caught up in an eddy here.
Oh. They put on a fan the other direction. Electric fan. May I have your autograph?
Well, electric fans do have one thing, that blades which do cut. Much like a breeze in the wind just there.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey!
Hey!
And Zenbad now out. Power jam by points. Doing a little instructing. He doesn't want to see people just stand around on a power jam either.
Yeah, there's apparently strategy.
Another 5 point, 10, 15 points so far. Zenbad. Oh, shit. Not bored. Well, kind of bored.
And this is something you don't see all that often.
I have a perfect ad to do next.
So Zenbad's there trying to regain jammer cap.
So even without the hat on is the active, or the jammer, just not the active jammer, is the inactive jammer. Can do all of the things the jammer can do aside from score points without the star upon ours.
And while the jammer cap was off on the floor there, they weren't able to call off the jam, just like then.
Do you ever find that the elastic is going out in your jammer cover? Go talk to them over at Fast Girl Skates. They will sell you some jammer covers. Fast Girl Skates, the world's first
Brick and mortar
derby store. Selling jammer covers. Wide variety of colors available.
Or if it's your helmet that doesn't quite fit your jammer covers and you want to roll that way, they'll sell you a helmet.
They got helmets.
Now Evil Alice cut through and got into the lead without much effort. However, Daisy Duke's having a bit more of a rough time at the front.
Evil Alice making it look easy. Evilly easy.
Evil. There's a whole evil team here this weekend.
That's true.
I wonder if Alice is on loan from them.
I wonder if she calls everyone fools when she's leaving somewhere. Gets tripped up.
Crawls off the track and recycles herself back. Enter in safely.
This time that does not find a foot on the inside line, makes it through. 5 points. That is 15 more points for Evil Alice. Daisy Jukes now putting the star upon theirs. Razor with another nice hit to the outside on Evil Alice.
Who goes off the jam in that stylish rock star pose.
Yeah.
And rests on 19 points. 19-0. Big jam for Mayhem.
Yeah, Evil Alice with a lot of big points. Sister Jean up to jam for the first time for California Mayhem.
Indeed. Welcome, sister.
Up against Sunny Days.
Sister Jean checking to make sure her helmet cover stays on tight. And it does. Long enough to get her through the pack and give a lead jammer. Well, I wouldn't call it a steady trickle, but it's certainly many blockers heading to the penalty box.
Yeah, Sister Jean makes it through the pack, the slightly smaller pack, call it off, picks up all 4 points. 340 Mayhem, 152 Foco Spartans.
And we have Crazy Diva up against Lexi, who's up for the first time for the California Mayhem. Diva is out through the pack first and gets lead jammer, but Lexi manages to escape as well. And Crazy Diva makes it through the pack effortlessly, calls off the jam before Mayhem could score any points. 4-0. 340 for California Mayhem, 156 for Foco Spartans.
Stick around, folks, because next up on this track, Snake Pit Derby Dames versus Bellingham. But first, we're going to have a timeout.
You have to wait just a little longer for that game, as Mayhem want to have a quick discussion and talk about what's going to happen in the remaining 1 minute and 50-something seconds.
All right, we could be seeing the final jam. I don't like your chances. Evil Alice against a breeze of wind. Evil lead jammer declared. She is actually Russian. And Evil Alice with an evil hop, evil skip, evil step, evil jump, evil 5 points.
And the blockers were doing on the Foco team were seeing no evil, hearing no evil, and most importantly, touching no evil.
No, I believe touching no evil was the Spartans on that one, as Evil Alice makes it through the pack again
Yeah.
for another 4 points.
This time they have much more success.
Razor in there on the action, trying to block. Oh, and a great block by Sunny Days. Calling that off, 45 seconds left on the clock. 3 points, though, picked up by Foco. 13 point, wait. Yes. Yes? No, there it is. 3:53, California Mayhem, 1:59 for Foco. Just under 30 seconds left.
Now, we did say possibly the last jam, and here we have 5 seconds to the next jam.
Any jam's the possible last jam, if you believe hard enough.
True, there could be a freak storm and we have to turn the whole game off. So Zenbad starts in the sprinter starting block and runs through for the pack, gets lead jammer on this power start.
Yeah, Breeze of Wind looking on from the sin bin to start this one off. Great outside-inside move by Zenbad on that, picking up the grand slam. 10 points so far on this jam as time has expired on the clock. Baby with a nice block there. Sunny Days just missing. Breeze starts trying to pass the star, but no one close. Looks like she caught a helmet to the face during that.
Kanga Ruthless deciding that she was not going to let that star pass happen.
Sister Jean with a couple of nice hits there, too. As a breeze of wind trying to get through. Sister Jean with another big, brutal hit. And does draw the cut. Nice defensive move by Sister Jean. So another power jam for California Mayhem. 29 points already for Zenbad.
Well, that makes this the largest scoring jam of the game.
Now some nice defense by Foco Spartans. Drawing Zenbad out of bounds. And this game comes to an end, ladies and gentlemen.
And points.
33 points for Zenbad in that jam.
And we'll get the official word that the score is finally official.
Currently, it's unofficially official. Come on down for your free high fives, ladies and gentlemen. Going to be a little math going right now, but
Well, the head referee just picked up their mascot. I'm pretty sure that makes the score final.
I was going to ask if he had a spoon.
all right, a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for California Mayhem. 386
to 159 for the Foco Spartans.
And a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for the Foco Spartans. Well, Evil Alice was busy giving out evil handshakes.
Evil teamwork and evil sportswomanship.
But congratulations to both of these teams. Great work by both of them. After a rather inauspicious start, good to see this with a nice finish. I'm Phil Dirtz.
And I'm Dan Under.
See you next time.
start if you want.
All right, good afternoon, and welcome to our unsanctioned scrimmage between the two reigning JRDA championship teams, champions of the Open Division, the California Mayhem, and champions of the female division, the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls.
I was unaware that the California Mayhem was the champs for the Open, so this will be an awesome matchup.
Should be fun. It is a scrimmage, so they're going to keep score anyway, although there's no one running the scoreboard. Skate Tool is going to run over and punch buttons.
Are these 20-minute halves or 30?
And in spite of the fact that the skaters are ready, we have been told we're on hold. We're waiting for another plane to clear the runway, so we will sit on the taxiway and watch Aquanacuat chase Love Tap around, because why not? I suppose we could go through the rosters.
While we're waiting, let's kill
What
some
the heck?
time. Sure. Alrighty, I'm looking at the California Mayhem list. Looks like we've got 00 Big Booty Judy, 007 Zenbad, 0820 Minor Threat, 18 Sailor Swift, number 2 Zippy, number 21 Slaughter Lily, number 24 Lil Jewel, 26 Sister Jean, number 3 Lexi, 322 G-Force, 329 Rotzilla, number 35 KB the Rockstar, number 50 Tay-Day, number 52 Love Tap, 59 Squeezer, 666 Evil Alice, number 77 Wild Wing, number 8 Wild Thing, number 9 Lily Alley Cat, and number 99 Kanga Ruthless. These are your Open California Mayhem skaters.
And the roster for your Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls, number 1000 Deathina, number 471 Frida Klobber, number 15 Threatening Thunder, 411 Lil Fist Fight, number 26 Maximum Glitter, 35 is Fuller, number 59 Tiny Nuke, number 357 Vixen, number 00 Cookie Dozer, 206 is Helen Huntress, number 363 Nona Larson, number 5 Ellie Like, number 113 Snow Fright, number 33 Aqua Knock You Out, number 911 Annihilate Her, number 60 Assaulting Carmel, 180 is Rival E, number 500 is Indy 500, number 2 Webster, and number 4 Webster. And those are the Galaxy Girls.
Alrighty, while we are waiting for this game to be in progress, we have a customer from Oregon who left one blue Juice outdoor wheel at the Fast Girl booth. One blue wheel. I have it right now. So if you're a customer from Oregon who bought some blue wheels, Juice outdoor wheels in Fast Girl's booth, check your skate bag. Do you only have 7 of them? I have your 8th wheel. You might need it. I am not a skater. I could be wrong. Maybe you like skating with 7 wheels, but I have your 8th wheel.
I heard a swoopy whistle. I think we're going to have some roller derby.
Looks like it. We might have 5 seconds to roller derby.
We might have Love Tap jamming for California Mayhem and Aqua Knock You Out for the Galaxy Girls.
We might have Love Tap taking that inside line to get lead jammer status for California Mayhem.
We might indeed. As the Galaxy Girls cycle to the front to prepare to defend, Love Tap taps the hips, lands and poses, and is apparently all right. 3-0 lead for the California Mayhem. Plus 1 bonus style point, I say, for the landing.
Absolutely. I got to say, though, Cookie Dozer 00 SPD Galaxy Girls gave a nice hip check to send him off there. And since it was before the last whistle, totally legal.
There you go.
All right, I'm looking at Lil Fistfight, number 411 in the white jersey for Seattle Derby Brats. And it looks like we got 007 Zenbad for California Mayhem. Currently, the penalty box is empty.
Lil Fist Fight out first is the lead jammer as Zenbad caught by the swarming defense of the Galaxy Girls, but he does emerge. Fist Fight is through, calls off the jam. 4-0 run. And the Galaxy Girls now up by 1.
Alrighty, I got a feeling this one's going to be a close one. Once again on the line, we've got Aqua Knock You Out, number 33 for Seattle Derby Brats, and Love Tap, number 52 in the black jersey for California Mayhem.
Pack lined up again right at the jammer line. And Love Tap knocks most of the crowd down and is through, and it's your lead jammer. As Aqua Knock You Out clears the pack.
We've got a 3-on-4 pack advantage for Galaxy Girls. They are setting up front, waiting for Love Tap to come through with his little Love Tap, setting one of the skaters flying. 1 point, Love Tap, 1 point, that is for California Mayhem.
And that takes us to a tie, 4-4. As we set up with Squeezer jamming for California Mayhem and Threatening Thunder for the Galaxy Girls.
All right, Seattle Galaxy Girls decide to take that front line near the pivot. Nice 3-wall, stabilized with the 4th. Manages to keep the blocker for California Mayhem for getting lead, and we are looking at lead jammer, Galaxy Girls. Threatening Thunder.
And Squeezer pops through. Threatening Thunder rolls around, grabs the 4 points. And the coach says, why don't you call that off? Love Tap having so much fun in the jammer position. He's not giving up the star at all.
Lil Fistfight decides to step up, see what she can do against Love Tap. Full 5-on-5 on the track. A little bit slow moving at first, seeing the jammers seeing where they can eke their way through and find a crack. Both jammers find a crack real quick, but Love Tap gets lead jammer.
Little Fist Fight ghosting behind him, trying to decide which side to go. Love Tap calls off the jam, 0-0. And we reset and roll again with Aqua Knock You Out, jamming against Zenbad.
Aqua deciding to take a position slightly further back so she can casually roll to that jammer line.
She does like the run up. And then gets nice and close at the front.
Yep, positioning herself for an attempted hip check to the outside. He manages to maneuver away from it. And California Mayhem, Lexi in particular, decides it's time for her to hip check her to the inside. Aqua has to recycle back.
And picks up the back block as she comes in a little bit too hot. Lexi quite familiar with the Galaxy Girls as she used to play on I-5 before moving down to California to join the Mayhem. So power jam for Zenbad. still on his initial pass.
Nice block by Webster, knocking Zenbad to the inside, forcing him to recycle back. He does make his way through, though, and he is currently your lead jammer.
Zenbad back in, confronted with the Triceratops blocking of the Galaxy girls. Both Webster's attempt and miss. And Zenbad through for 5 points as Aqua knock you out of the penalty box and back in play. And the low block assessed to Aqua knock you out as she tripped into the back leg of another skater.
Instead of taking advantage of the rest of this power jam, Zenbad decides it's time to call it off and lets the next jammer step up for a good power start and about 25, 27 seconds worth of power jam potential. Love Tap is the one who's going to be taking that responsibility, and we've still got Aqua sitting in the box.
A 10-0 run for Zenbad and California Mayhem. Mayhem now leading 14-8 with just under 14 minutes to go in the first half of this shortened 20-minute half.
Looks like Galaxy girls are setting up, trying to make themselves flexible to go either way. Love Tap just doesn't care. He barrels his way through, almost like the Kool-Aid guy. I'm expecting to say, oh yeah, next time. Oh yeah, we've got ourselves a 5-point pass, California Mayhem.
He needs a uniform with eyes on the front. That would be awesome.
Absolutely.
Love Tap gets the points, calls off the jam, freezes Aqua in the penalty box for one more start. And Minor Threat rolls out with the star for this power start. As we roll into Jam 7, 19-8.
Minor Threat knocked to the outside. Quickly hops back on the track in a legal manner. Keeps trying to take that outside line. Twirls her way through on the inside, though. Gets lead jammer status. I would say that Minor Threat might be turning into one of those things called a major threat.
Indeed. Meanwhile, Aqua knock you out of the penalty box. The Mayhem offense had stretched back as far as they could. Jam called off before Aqua can grab any points. 2-0 run for the Mayhem. Now up 21-8.
I'd say that California Mayhem really took great advantage of those jammer penalties.
That they did. Good strategy, too, calling it off and freezing the jammer in the box. Love Tap back out against Lil Fist Fight.
Penalty box is empty for a 5-on-5. This might make it more difficult for the jammers to go through. Let's find out. Both jammers hit to the outside, having to recycle back.
And Love Tap finds the gap on the inside and is your lead jammer, but Lil Fist Fight once again, like she did a couple jams ago, giving chase.
I dare say she might pass him up before he hits the pack. Let's see if he tries to call it off before he gets any points. All right, 2 points Love Tap for California Mayhem.
And we reset with Zenbad squaring off against Snow Fright.
I think this is the first time I've seen Snow Fright on the line. It's nice when I see a team has a deeper jammer bench than usual.
Indeed, and I know that Mayhem is jamming a lot of people that I think don't usually jam in this game. Since it is a scrimmage, why not give them a chance? And Snow Fright bumped down and out. Getting a little assist from Wild Thing on the way out of bounds. Meanwhile, Zenbad finally works around the front. Mally Webster tries to push him out, not able to. Zenbad lead jammer, California Mayhem.
She does. Her shoelaces are untied. All right, despite the fact that her shoelaces were untied, she still attempted that apex jump and landed it. I gotta say, I'm really impressed. Not just kind of impressed, really impressed.
It was a little bit late was the only problem, as the whistles had already blown, so no points up. A 1-0 run for the Mayhem, 24-8. Now we got Rival E jamming for the Galaxy Girls against Lexi for the California Mayhem. And Rival E works her way through the pack, lead jammer.
This is definitely a change of fortune that the Galaxy Girls must have been hoping for. Excellent defense work by the Galaxy Girls, keeping that that California jammer from getting through with their initial pass. Unfortunately, it looks like Rival E just got a back block call, sent her to the box, so California Mayhem has a potential power jam.
That they do, and also in the penalty box is the pivot, Cookie Dozer. But Lexi picking up the high block. So we'll have a power jam swap out. As Lexi will sit for something between 20 and 30 seconds.
All right, she's got 4 points.
1 no pass, no penalty. But this should be the full 5 fingers. And we got 38 seconds left as no lead jammer and Cookie Dozer, both pivots, return to the penalty box. It's a pivot party in the penalty box.
Absolutely. All right, one last line of defense, and she makes it through for another 5-point pass. We are getting closer to a tie game right now. Galaxy Girls with 22, California Mayhem 24.
And another power jam for the Galaxy Girls as Lexi picks up the forearm penalty. And Rival E finds room at the front for another 5:19 total as time runs out on the jam.
All right, it looks like after this jam, we have a lead change. So everyone in the cookie garden, take a snack on some cookies.
And Love Tap's on the track, but for the first time, not as a jammer in this game.
No, he got himself the stripe on his head, but Aqua, she's got the star on her head for the Galaxy Girls.
Yes, she does. Pack lined up at the jammer line. And I believe Aqua knock you out being sent on the back block, and Love Tap.
Love Tap also being sent for something.
Something I missed, yeah.
Exactly. All right, Lexi has been released from the box, and her blockers are doing a darn good job trying to punch a hole through the 3-wall of white.
Oh, but she just gets the foot out of bounds and rolls back in. So no lead jammer again as Lexi heads to the penalty box on the cut track penalty. And Aqua Knock You Out is released.
As you all know, this jam will last for the full 2 minutes.
And that'll take us down to 5 minutes to go in that. Aqua Knock You Out through. Initial pass now complete. Love Tap.
Love Tap just shifting his weight and sending her flying. Oh my, to the infield. Yep, I thought this was going to happen. Lexi gets released from the box and manages to pass her star to the guy in the stripe. He hops it on his head, but he's got a back block call that's sending him to the box. We are looking at another power jam for Galaxy Girls and a 5-point pass.
And that check on Aqua Knock You Out was a beautiful case of using the opponent's momentum against them. Aqua Knock You Out bump to the ground. Galaxy Girls move forward to try and break things away. Low block called on Big Booty Judy. And Aqua Knock You Out finally emerges from the pack with her second 5-point pass.
All right, it looks like Love Tab had an illegal re-entry, so he's got an illegal procedure, sending him back to the box, which means Galaxy Girls are going to have a power start. California Mayhem has a full box. We've got 2 blockers sitting, 1 blocker standing in addition to the jammer who's in the chair. This leaves a distinct pack advantage for Galaxy Girls.
And a little official timeout to clarify who's where and where they should be in the penalty box.
Looks like there was some confusion amongst the refs and the non-skating officials in regards to an instruction for a skater to re-enter the track because the box was full. Whether or not that skater re-entered legally or not, I'm not sure. I did not watch the action, but that, I believe, is part of the conversation, along with if she was allowed to go back to the track to begin with.
Exactly.
I'm fairly confident she was supposed to go back to the track.
Right.
How she re-entered the track, I didn't even notice.
I just heard whistles and saw skates.
Exactly, and then I heard a coach getting very angry. And perhaps rightfully so.
All right, we will roll back. Threatening thunder on the power start for the Galaxy Girls. Galaxy Girls currently leading 42-24 after the 15-point jam from Aquanakyu out. Love Tap sitting in the penalty box along with 3 blockers. So the micro defense.
Squeezer is the only
Mayhem.
blocker on the track for California Mayhem right now.
And Squeezer with that unfortunate when the jammer's coming at you and they can maneuver. Not much you're going to be able to do.
Yeah, there is only so much one person can do.
Wick 5 points up for threatening thunder. And she rolls through again and evades the Tay-Day attempt at a shoulder check.
This is exactly the type of momentum shift that Galaxy Girls was hoping for a few minutes ago. Very successful momentum shift.
Yes, a love tap out of the penalty box, which lets Zenbad square off with little fist fight.
We're currently sitting at 52 points for Galaxy Girls, 24 California Mayhem. As you may have noticed earlier in this game, that score could switch at any time.
It certainly can. Also taking up to under 4 minutes to go in this half, and little fist fight practically crawls under the pack to emerge the front as lead jammer.
Zenbad still stuck in corner 1 trying to make his way through on that initial pass. The wall of white is just not letting him through. He finally booty blocks one of them to punch a hole through, gets his way on his initial pass, but he is not lead jammer.
No, that would be a little fist fight who was through for 5 points and now swooping through for a second pass, 4 this time. Oh, and Zenbad, back block called. So a power jam again for the Galaxy Girls.
Got to tell you, these jammer penalties are just killing California Mayhem. From my notes, it looks like they've already gotten 6 jammer penalties to Galaxy Girls 3, 4. And, well, I guess maybe it's not that much of a differential, but
It feels better.
it feels like it.
It was the 2-in-1 jam that was a real issue. 5 points up for Lil Fist Fight.
Ooh, I thought she was going to skate out of bounds on the
Yeah.
outside line, but instead, Little Fist Fight keeps her line on her toes on the edge, gets through that pack real easy, decides to call it off after earning 5 points. Looks like that was a 19-point jam.
Not bad. That takes the Galaxy Girls to 71. California Mayhem 24. Assaulting Carmel with the star at the jammer line for the Galaxy Girls. Zenbad standing up in the penalty box. And the pack rolling forward to give her a run-up. Oh, the old juke of a stopping the play whistle.
All right, looks like there was some action in the penalty box that needed some attention, hence this official timeout. Even though NSOs are not in the stripes, they obviously are part of the officiating crew, and when something's not right, they get to call a timeout too.
You can tell because they have shirts that say official on the back.
Absolutely. They're officially official, especially when they have the name on or the word on the back. Ah, this looks like it might be a medical issue that the penalty box manager noticed, decided to bring some medics in to take a look-see, and I believe that was a wise decision.
I believe they rubbed some dirt on it, and now we're back in play.
After a couple magic spells, they decided he was good to go. Zenbad is ready to roll. Sounds like Carmel's got a big old fan club there in the stands.
But not able to get through before Zenbad was released from the penalty box. And both defenses swarming on the jammers.
Yeah, penalty box has emptied. We've got a full 5-on-5 on the track. This can't be easy for either jammer.
Nor for Zenbad as he heads to the penalty box. Didn't catch what the call was. I'm guessing from the inside out. Thank you, Hunter S. Thompson, with the cut track indication.
So glad you were found.
And Assaulting Carmel also cutting the track, so swap out of jammers.
All right, it looks like we've got Seattle's jammer in the box for about 20 seconds. I think that's about what Zenbad had to spend once before the opposing jammer sat down.
Good work by California Mayhem, finally breaking up that swarm defense of the Galaxy Girls and letting Zenbad break through the middle.
Galaxy Girls blockers already just shoulder checking anyone on the opposing team that's close to them, trying to assert their dominance.
Assaulting Carmel out of the box, but we're forced to recycle back midpoint as Zenbad threw for 5 points. And Assaulting Carmel sat down to the track as Zenbad back on his second scoring pass. And Carmel picks up 4 while Zenbad grabs 2 more. 7-4 run for the Mayhem. Takes them to 31, Galaxy Girls 75, and that is the halftime. We will take a 10-minute break and be back with the second 20 minutes of this scrimmage between the Galaxy Girls of the Seattle Derby Brats and the California Mayhem. And we're back for the second half. Lil fist fight. Jamming for the Galaxy Girls. Zenbad for California Mayhem. And Zenbad is clear and is lead jammer.
I think he took the outside line on his little tippy toes, managed to sneak past everyone.
And Love Tap now back on defense as a blocker. Hip checks Lil fist fight out.
Zenbad are a bit beat to the outside there on corner 2, so he's recycled real far back. Re-enters, it looks like legally, although he does get a no pass, no penalty for one of those opposing skaters for a 4-point pass that he calls off. Let's see if Galaxy Girls were able to get anything. Looks like they got 4 points as well.
Exactly as the Mayhem defense reduced to 2 with the penalty on Love Tap. So Love Tap and Squeezer both sitting in the penalty box. Snowfright jamming against Evil Alice. I think first time in this game that we've seen Evil Alice jam.
I think you might be onto something there.
She jammed a lot in the previous game against Foco, so it's taking a break now. All warmed up and ready to go.
Excellent, good idea. Frankly, I don't really understand how California Mayhem is able to do the back-to-back bouts like they are today. Makes them even more impressive, but we're not talking about Mayhem right now. We are talking about lead jammer status for Snowfright and the Galaxy Girls.
And Snowfright hops and lands the skate out of bounds. Track is cut. Power jam for Evil Alice. And a full minute and 29 more seconds to go as Love Tap out of the penalty box, bringing the Mayhem pack back to full strength.
Evil Alice through 5 points, California Mayhem. This just might be the shift that they're looking for or hoping for. Ooh, tries to jump that apex, doesn't quite make it. Smartly crawls back to the infield. It gets recycled back.
And Evil Alice rolled back and now back in.
Snowfright has been released from the box, and California Mayhem was just standing there waiting for her. Hip check, shoulder check, one by one. She's getting past each of them. Last line of defense, of course, is Love Tap, but out of play causes a 5-point pass for Galaxy Girls, Snowfright.
And Evil Alice pushed out and backed up again by Kaya Webster. And Snowfright puts on the acceleration. Oh, beautiful hip check, but just a bit low. As I believe that was Squeezer again, closed down the outside, but got the hip a bit too low on Snowfright's leg, and that sends her back to the penalty box. How to play call. They have to let her go. 5 more up. Taking Snowfright to 10 for the jam. As Evil Alice one more time pushed to the inside. And the jam is called on time. 4 points at the sprint at the end. And +3 for the Mayhem. So Mayhem with 8 total for the jam, 14 for the Galaxy Girls. 93-43. Galaxy Girls lead.
Looks like we've got an official review. California is calling for an official review. Not quite sure what the detail is, but we will definitely let you know once we find out. Yep, we got it. Alrighty, that official review was done by California Mayhem, and they were arguing about the low block that they got called on their blocker who's currently sitting in the box. Multiple refs saw the low block, and so call on the floor stands. California Mayhem loses their official review.
And now we square off with Aqua Knock You Out, jamming against Zenbad. And Aqua pirouettes around the inside and is clear lead jammer. Zenbad says, that sounds like a great idea. And he runs up the inside as well, just without the fancy spinning.
Yeah, the Galaxy girls were definitely lined up on the outside line and making every effort to push him to the outside. Consequently, a wide open window on the inside line was left undefended. Zenbad thought, why am I pushing against these girls on the outside? I can just take that inside line.
And he did. Aqua Knock You Out, however, threw for 5 on her second scoring pass. 4 up for Zenbad.
Whoa, we've got a swing and a miss from number 59. Trying to get the Galaxy Girl jammer. Didn't quite get her to slow her momentum down. So Galaxy Girls, another 4-point pass.
Squeezer on the attempt. And now Love Tap back with the star on his head. Squaring off with Lil Fist Fight as we drop down towards 15 minutes to go in the game. 102 Galaxy Girls, 51 Mayhem, and an official timeout.
We've got one blocker in the box for California Mayhem, which gives Galaxy Girls the pack advantage. Currently lined up on the pivot line. Let's see if they keep that strategery going once this official timeout is done.
And all the points are at least correctly accounted for by our one-man scorekeeping crew. And Love Tap spins around the outside. Little fist fight to the inside, and it is a foot race to get back to the pack.
Love Tap shouting at his blockers, giving him instructions to help him get through. Looks like he got a back block call, which is sending him to the box. I think he back blocked not only the opposing team, but a couple of his own players. He was hitting the back of that pack pretty hot, and he's got some physics going for him, so a couple people got knocked down.
And I think we have another official review. Maybe?
I thought that Galaxy Girls lost their official review on the previous official review, so they no longer
No, that was the
an
Mayhem
official
that
review.
had the previous official review. There we have it.
Oh, right. See, I'm so confused.
Now we're all confused.
Yeah, he is now. And now she is there. And now she's there, so.
All right, well, whatever that was about, it's over now. And we have both jammers in the penalty box.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the complaint was, but apparently they don't get to keep their review, which means they were wrong. Call on the floor stands. Both jammers are starting in the box. I'm guessing they'll both be standing there for 10 seconds.
Yep.
When two jammers enter at the same time, they have to both sit for 10 seconds or stand for 10 seconds.
And Love Tap says, that's nice of you to go in the middle, but I'm going to go around the inside edge because there's nobody there. Lead jammer, Love Tap. A little fist fight. Finally clear of the pack.
Love Tap gets through for a 4-point pass and decides to call it off. He sees that Lil Fistfight was starting her first scoring pass and figured better 4 points to 0 than 4 points to 4.
And now we've got Rival E jamming for the Galaxy Girls, Evil Alice for California Mayhem. And Rival E pushing to the inside. Forearm penalty is called. So Power Jam, Evil Alice, not clear of the pack yet.
Still struggling in that apex between corners 2 and 3, but corner 2 seems to open up an inside line. She is through on her initial pass and declared lead jammer. Oh, beautiful apex jump, landed beautifully. 5-point pass, California Mayhem.
And now the pack conveniently located on the exact opposite side of the track from us, so we can't see anything that's happening.
Yeah, all the refs are in the way.
I
Get
know.
out of the
What's up
way,
with
refs.
that? Jeez. I did see that Evil Alice got bumped out and recycled back and is now back in front and calls off the jam before Rival E can reach the pack. A 2-0 run, 7 total. Galaxy Girls still ahead. 109 to 62 is Mayhem narrowing the gap.
A jammer duo we've seen before. Aqua knock you out for Galaxy Girls. Skating up against Love Tap for California Mayhem. 1 blocker in the box for California Mayhem. California Mayhem setting up a Triforce at the back of the pack. Knocking Aqua down to the floor. Love Tap trying to make it through on the outside. Gets hit a little bit, crawls over his teammate, and finds out he got a cut call penalty, so he is off to the penalty box. This is a potential power jam for Galaxy Girls.
Love Tap, one advantage to the size, was able to step over a downed skater, but unfortunately the foot started out of bounds.
It looked cool from here.
It did look super cool until the whistle blew, then not so cool. 5 quick points for Aqua knock you out as the Galaxy Girls open up that outside lane. This time, Aqua tries the out to in and runs into the pack that had been swooshed out of her way. But swings the hips around, and she is clear. And Love Tap out of the penalty box. Rolling in, this is his initial pass still, as Aqua knock you out on a scoring pass. Lexi and Minor Threat in the way. Big Booty Judy also getting in there, and Aqua knock you out finally calls off the jam.
Looks like Love Tap knew that was going to happen. He didn't seem to be rushing real hard to get to that pack after he got through.
And California Mayhem calls for a timeout with 11 minutes to go in the game, 122 to 62.
They don't have any left. They've got none left. Not quite sure what's going on the track right now. No one has any official reviews left. Both teams have lost their official review. So
Maybe they've
it
agreed to
looks-
just have a review anyway.
Well, it is just a scrimmage, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
Exactly.
And if it is
Let's
about
clarify.
safety of gameplay, then I suppose it might be worth a conversation.
All right, now we're back. Threatening Thunder, jamming for the Galaxy Girls. Zenbad for California Mayhem. Empty penalty box.
Zenbad first tries to take the outside line, then jimmies himself back to the inside line. Now he's trying up the middle, and there is just no quarter given by that white wall. Oop, he found a crack in the apex between corners 1 and 2. Manages to get lead jammer status.
Salting Carmel almost had him out, as did Ellie Like, but they could not quite stop it. And Zenbad now on a scoring pass.
All right, Cookie Dozer gave a nice hip check to excuse me, to Zenbad. He hit the floor real hard there in corner 4, but popped right back up, recycled himself.
And Threatening Thunder had finally emerged the pack. Zenbad calls it off after picking up 5 points. 122-67. Love Tap back out with the star against Lil Fist Fight.
Two blockers in the box for California Mayhem, which only leaves 2 more on the track to slow Lil Fist Fight down. Let's see what California Mayhem is able to do with just 2 of those blockers. Juking around to the outside. She gets past him lickety-split. Lead jammer status, Lil Fist Fight.
And Love Tap works carefully through the pack. Lil Fist Fight hops over, taps the hips, and calls off the jam. A 4-0 run. That makes more sense. 126-67.
Evil Alice donning the star for California Mayhem, skating up against number 33, Aqua Knock You Out for Galaxy Girls. Each team's got a blocker in the box. Both look like they're about ready to be released, though.
Squeezer and Cookie Dozer getting to spend an extra break between jams in the penalty box. Evil Alice up the inside, lead jammer.
Looks like Kangaroothless is getting called to the box off of for a back block call. That gives Galaxy Girls a bit of a pack advantage, and they are definitely working together as a team to make life difficult for Evil Alice.
Oh, and Cookie Dozer tries to hop over a leg to get to the front of the pack, but drags the toe out of bounds, cuts the track as the jam is called off. So the Galaxy Girls will start with 3, as will California Mayhem.
Some familiar faces taking the star caps for each team. Lil Fist Fight for Galaxy Girls, Love Tap for California Mayhem.
Nice little hop along the side by Love Tap to pick up lead jammer as Lil Fist Fight pushes her way through the pack. Oh, and Love Tap hops the apex. Lands, taps the hips, and rolls back towards the bench. Does collect all 4 points. That takes Mayhem to 75 as we drop down to 7 minutes to go in the game. Squeezer now jamming for California Mayhem. Rival E for the Galaxy Girls. And Rival E finds the gap up the middle and is the lead jammer. Squeezer also clear the pack half a lap behind. As the penalty box now emptied out, both teams full strength. Wild Thing comes in to make a play to stop her. Oh, and 4-0 run as Rival E able to call off the jam just in time.
know, totally. Not sure how these kids are doing it, but every other jam, there you go, out on the track. Love tap number 5-2 with a deep shoulder check to the inside, requiring Aqua Knocky Out to recycle far, far back. Giving himself some momentum and a little bit of a head start to try to get through on that initial pass. It works out for him. Love tap is your lead jammer.
Aqua Knock You Out, bump to the ground, back up, finds room on the outside, returns the hip shot to Evil Alice. As Love Tap rolls through the pack, calls off the jam. Squeezing between the Webster sisters. And that takes Mayhem to 79, trailing Galaxy Girls 130 to 79. Lil Fist Fight back out against Sailor Swift.
I have no idea. Penalty box is empty at the moment. Full 5 on the track. Couple of the Mayhem blockers are hitting the floor.
And Little Fist Fight, lead jammer. But Sailor Swift giving quick chase.
I dare say that Sailor Swift is pretty swift. In
Very
fact, it
swift.
looks like
And
she might be getting some points.
nicely done.
Nicely done.
Galaxy Girls distracted looking at Little Fist Fight. And Sailor Swift hops over 4-0 steel jam by the California Mayhem.
All right, we've got a minute here for a team timeout, Galaxy Girls. Alrighty, team timeout has been whistled dead. We've got 2 blockers in the box for California Mayhem to 1 blocker in the box for Galaxy Girls. Aqua Knock You Out taking the line up against Squeezer for California Mayhem. Love tap with a couple love taps to Aqua, sends her flying to the outside. She hops back in a legal manner and is now battling love tap again. Meanwhile, Squeezer gets declared lead jammer.
Love Tap throwing in a dab there towards the end of that. And jam called off. 0-0 run. Oh, 2 points for the Mayhem. 85-130.
Alrighty, it looks like Squeezer has been sent to the box at the end of that last jam, so Lil Fist Fight is going to be starting off in this power start. Let's see what she can make of this potential power jam.
And she is through and is your lead jammer. As the pack running ahead. And Kaya Webster heads to the penalty box. That will thin things down to 3-on-4 for the Galaxy Girls. But Little Fist Fight through for 5 points.
Squeezer has been released from the box, and she's through on her initial pass.
And a nice lane opened up just, slightly illegally, but hey, it worked. As Assaulting Carmel rolls into the box, as does Zippy, the pivot for California Mayhem. And Squeezer through for 4 points. As little fist fight, forced to recycle, calls off the jam, 14-4 run. 16 with 2 extra points, 146 now to 89 with 2 minutes to go.
Looks like Threatening Thunder's taking the star for Galaxy Girls. And the California Mayhem's putting Love Tap out there one more time.
And Love Tap once again pushes people just enough out of the way to break through the pack. Threatening Thunder through with him. Oh, and a back block on Love Tap, and that will put a power jam for the remainder of the game, I believe, for Threatening Thunder. As 4 blockers on the track for Galaxy Girls, only 3 for California Mayhem, but those 3 able to push Threatening Thunder out of bounds and force her to pull back. And yes, Love Tap has in fact fouled out.
Another 5-point pass for Threatening Thunder and Galaxy Girls. This is definitely a great opportunity for Galaxy Girls to extend their lead.
No back called, Zenbet. Oh, an extra hip thrown in by Sailor Swift. And a little bit too far ahead as Threatening Thunder grabs 5 more points as the clock ticks down. And Thunder bump from one side, rolls to the other. Oh, and does in fact get called for the track cut penalty. And that, as they say, will end the game as she will sit down.
Yep, this jam will have to be called dead now that we only have no jammers.
And that takes us to the end of our scrimmage.
Fantastic work from both the Galaxy Girls and California Mayhem. California Mayhem skating 2 bouts back to back.
Yes, and thank you to the ref crew and the NSO, the Skeleton NSO crew, for sitting in for a game that they didn't necessarily need to sit in for.
But since everyone likes to know the score, it's great to have the NSOs around.
Exactly. All right, let's give a high five and a round of applause for your victorious Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy Girls.
Alrighty, one last bout on this track will end this Wild West Showdown weekend. We've got Northside Nightmare versus Mob City Misfits coming up at 5:45 p.m. Be sure to tune in, and thank you so much for joining us here at the Kitsap Sun Pavilion.
And keep your hands out for the California Mayhem. Thank you so much for skating that second game in a row.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for going out on a limb with skating a bout that really you didn't have to skate. So California Mayhem, hats off to you. felt like I should do that. Yeah, and
Welcome to the last bout of the Wild West Showdown 2016 on track 2, ladies and gentlemen.
And it just might be the best bout, too.
Oh, there's no just might about it. This is going to be the gosh darndest best bout ever. Pardon my strong language.
The close visiting team is the Mob City Misfits.
Yeah.
And the visiting team is the Northside Nightmare.
Nice.
Northside coming all the way from Spokane, Washington. Thanks for making the trip to Wild West Showdown.
That really is the north side.
North side of Spokane,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
I guess. North side of a Spokane neighborhood, maybe.
These adult teams are getting shorter and shorter all the time. Oh, man, wait a minute. It's juniors.
Don't talk about the referees that way.
I think it's their diet.
Surely I jest. We love the referees. Thank you, referees, for sticking through the Wild West Showdown.
That's
Once
right.
again, the whole Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you've hardly slept. You've been working like dogs, and we just make you work more and more and more, and here you are, still going strong. Thank you, thank you.
That's right. You're being punished for your competence and stick-to-itiveness.
And pretty much milked for your generosity of spirit. Thank you
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, that's right.
Thanks to the NSOs, non-skating officials who are also underslept, overworked. We could pay you a little bit more.
It could stand, yeah. Could stand to have a raise. Yeah. And I thought the fact that we let you sleep at the venue was good enough, but I guess we'll talk about payment later. I think we're just about ready to rock and roll here. Referee's calling it out.
So, to start out with, we have Big Eddie, Black 2-3, against Brown Ponytail for the Mob City Misfits.
It looks like Kieran to me.
Well, I just go by the number I see on the shirt. Brown Ponytail, Mob City.
I know. The long, luscious locks. So the skaters are totally ready. We're actually waiting on the officials, it looks like. They're trying to make sure everything's on the up and up over here. Jam refs like to know, get to know and meet their jam scorekeepers. Become Facebook besties.
And then if we're lucky, we'll see the coaches, Corey Payne, go off against Lady Bird.
I've seen it.
Ooh, and in a fit of mania, Kieran gets through the pack for lead.
Kieran, your lead jammer here for Mob City. What a great jump across the apex there. Big Eddie jumping across there. Scoring 4 points for Northside as well. I don't think Kieran scored any points on that pass. Or no, maybe he did. There we go. He did score some. 4 points, all right. Tied game.
We love tied games.
I think we're just going to end it here. Everybody's going to hug it out. And yeah.
So next is Makilia for Mob City versus A-Rod for Northside Nightmare.
On the outside line, Makilia skating away from Mob City. Just Daisy doing a great job of recycling the jammer there, getting him all the way to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Makilia scoring 5 points.
Grand Slam.
Mob City defense showing us how to do a little bit of hip checking here just to get that toe stop barely out of bounds and recycle the jammer.
Yeah, that was Toe Jammer recycling that black jammer. Like a pro. Can't hold him back forever, though. A-Rod gets through.
That's right. Not only does he get through, but he's going to enjoy a power jam as well.
Looks like both teams know how to handle a power jam, but an apex jump, that's a little bit too much to stop.
The blockers awaiting the lone jammer on the flat track in legal play. A-Rod making contact with the front green wall and having a little bit of a tough time there. Just Daisy once again, a big shoulder check to the inside line.
And A-Rod tries to call it off, doesn't happen.
You got to be a lead jammer to do that. I mean, it's just one of those things. I just read that in the rule book last night.
There goes Just Daisy again, over and over, beating the black jammer. Looks like A-Rod can take it and come back for more, though. Oh, now all the green blockers are getting on him.
Jeez Louise.
Meanwhile, Mob City gets through for 5 points. This game has a lot of grand slams already. We're just in Jam 2.
Exactly.
That was Makilia's grand slam. I don't know if the folks watching this streaming can tell, but from my point of view, it looks like these two teams have more energy than on day 3 of Wild West Showdown than any other skaters I've seen. I don't know how they're keeping this up, but wow, they look like they could play 3 more bouts. What do you think?
I got to tell you, this is why I love watching juniors. They just keep on going and going and going. You see the adults skating, and rightfully so. It is 3 long, hard days of derby, but the juniors can just keep on coming at it.
And B. Moy was recycled as that Big Eddie gets through for lead jammer. Big Eddie does another one of those beautiful apex jumps, but has to save himself from the cut. And B. Moy recycled to the back while Eddie reaches the front. Oh, but it's Afro Jamurai that recycles Eddie. And Jamurai takes Big Eddie to the inside while Kieran raises to the front to catch him. And little Jamurai goes to the box now.
So it looks like the scoreboard's showing us that it's Big Eddie. I think it's actually Bid Eddie.
Uh-oh.
Little typo action there, understandably so. But yeah, I think it's Bid Eddie. We're going to get a check on that probably in halftime.
My paperwork is not the official
It's
paperwork.
not Bid Eddie?
Wait, maybe it is the official paperwork.
It is Big Eddie. All right, I apologize. I was looking at the back of the jersey there. My peepers might not be so good.
He looks
Thought it was
big
a D.
to me. I don't know.
That's what I thought too. It does make more sense.
Maybe it's a Rocky Horror reference. One of my favorites. Oh, boy. Now look at that. That was E. Walschläger. No, that was Turbocharged. I should know better. Turbocharged getting lead jammer in for his scoring pass. And look at those feet move. He is turbocharged. Getting a grand slam.
Looks like it's Makilia back on the jam line for Team Green.
Boy, these jammers look so relaxed until the whistle starts, don't they? And then instant mania.
And it's Big Eddie on the jam line. Looking for that inside line. He finds it. That's your lead jammer skating away for Nightmare.
He just hops through the pack.
And he is making contact with the pack again. Just Daisy tries for that booty block. He's going to jump his way through that pack, calling it off, getting those points.
Yeah, Mob City almost knocked Big Eddie off on the outside and the in, but somehow he just saves it by a fraction of an inch every time.
That's right. Now, talk about a second effort here, though. I think Makilia actually scored 3 points there.
Sweet.
So she came right up from nowhere.
And again, we have A-Rod going up for Northside Nightmare and Kieran for Mob City. That's a timeout whistle, but we can tell.
It's good hustle, though.
These jammers are ready to skate.
Yeah, good hustle.
End of timeout. We're ready to go. Both jammers aim for the inside, and neither one of them get it. And it's Kieran that breaks out for lead jammer first.
A-Rod skating away on his scoring pass as well as the pack resets.
Oh, and Kieran takes a nosedive, calling it off, tripping over his own blocker's feet. But he gets 3 points in the process. Sometimes a nosedive is worth it.
Absolutely. If you score those points, anything is worth it.
Who cares where your nose goes as long as your hips pass someone?
So I realize we're still very early in this bout, but I got to say it's been very clean. Not a lot of action in the penalty box. That's always good to see. Of course, I'm probably jinxing it right now. I have witnessed a few bouts this weekend that were exactly the opposite.
And it's turbocharged with lead jammer. And Big Eddie goes to the box, so it is power jam.
Yeah, shouldn't have talked about penalties. My
That
fault.
was a fast 5 points for turbocharged. And another 5 points. His blockers are doing a pretty good job of not making him work too hard for it other than skating super fast.
Yeah, you better believe it. He is skating so
Wow.
fast, he's almost skating out of his own boots there.
I know, he's
for a
almost skating
moment.
faster than his feet.
That's right.
And all of his blockers just on point for offense to give him a quadruple grand slam.
Turbocharged making contact with the pack once again, and there you go. Big booty block there by Pattison. Trying to recycle him, but instead the jam ends.
And the jam is called at 20 plus for Mob City, which brings the score at 21 minutes left in the first half. 54 for Mob City, 22 for Nightmare. Both of these teams seem on fire, though. I'm still ready for anything to happen.
Oh, absolutely. We're seeing it right now. This is great. Great Junior Derby action. A great way to wrap up Sunday on track 2 here. It's Kieran and A-Rod. Kieran is actually going to be the lead jammer, though. A-Rod takes a little tumble there. Looks like we had an illegal block going on.
That A-Rod does not stay down for long, though. And Kieran twirls through for a scoring pass of 4 points.
A-Rod just almost keeping it in bounds there. Couldn't quite do that, though. Boy, his wheels were in bounds. Just about everything else wasn't, though.
Kieran through again for 4 more points for Mob City. Oh, and these Mob City blockers are blocking A-Rod to the ground again and again.
They're kind of picking on him, really. And Kieran breaks on through again. That's 5 more points on the board for Mob City.
Yeah, and break on through is the perfect way to put it.
Big shoulder check there up front. It's going to be Pattison, though, that brings him all the way back to the back. Going to make him start that journey all over again.
Yeah, that E. Walschläger sure put it on Kieran, but Kieran gets through on the second try. And I do believe that the Northside Nightmare forced a cut on Kieran in the apex. It is now Northside's Power Jam. And they need one, and A-Rod just got a grand slam.
Better believe it. That was some great second effort there from A-Rod, never giving up, never surrendering. Getting 5 points at the end there, and now Nightmare gets to start a whole fresh new jam in the power way.
Big Eddie's power jam inherited. All blockers on the track, though.
Big Eddie makes contact with the pack, sprinting through on turn 2, and he is off and running, your lead jammer. The lone jammer on the flat track.
One blocker down. He only has to get through 3 now. Unfortunately, one of them was just Daisy, and she recycles.
That was a hard hit right there. Looked like a couple blockers involved on that one.
Yeah, I think that was Makey Splatterhead, and she splattered him.
Yeah, she's doing great here with some positional blocking as well. A-Rod getting sent all the way back to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, Kieran, sprung from the penalty box for good behavior, is going to skate away himself.
That Makey looks innocent, but she dishes it out.
Pirouetting across the apex there. 4 points for Mob City.
It is better when points are pretty.
It's all about style.
Oh, and the outside cleared by just Daisy. Kieran sails through for 5 more points. Oh, and Molly headed for Kieran at the front of the pack, but barely misses the block as Kieran gets another scoring pass.
So looks like we had 9 points scored for both teams there.
Sweet. A tie. Next is A-Rod for Nightmare versus Bombshell for Mob City.
Bombshell gets a great jump off the line, looking for the outside, but getting recycled back to the back of the pack.
Now A-Rod is pushing for 20 feet way out in front. Not fast enough. Mob City gets lead.
And another big hit there, knocking A-Rod out of bounds. He's going to have to start all over again, getting back to the back of that pack. Meanwhile, Bombshell makes her way through, and that's good for a grand slam.
Yeah, she tried on the inside, didn't make it, but Afro Jammerai cleared the outside just for her. A-Rod weaving through the pack like it's a weaving drill. Boy, the Afro Jammerai just seems to sit on the jammer no matter where the jammer is.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I guess she misses her chair.
So thank you to all the spectators here on Sunday afternoon / evening time. Sticking with the Wild West Showdown, we appreciate you. We do this all for you.
So this is Big Eddie versus B-Moy. And
The
Big
battle
Eddie
of-
gets through a multiplayer block to get lead jammer.
The Battle of the Bees continues.
Oh, Big Eddie goes for the joint, but Makey Splatterhead, she messes up that apex jump, spills him.
Splatters it, maybe.
How does such a sweet little face cause so much destruction?
I know. They're just so darling and cute. Why are they so violent?
And dangerous. Now McKillia's going up another new jammer. Damage Patch Kid for Northside Nightmare. Just Daisy recycles Damage Patch Kid, but Damage Patch Kid gets by her on the second try.
Mikilia making her way to the front of the pack. Your lead jammer, she skates away.
And that was Toe Jammer recycling the
jammer.
Nightmare.
The one with the star on the helmet, that one.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. Damage Patch Kid having a heck of a time trying to get by that front wall defense. Some big hits and some great positional blocking going on by Mob City here.
Yeah, that Toe Stopper and Jamurai, they make a pretty dangerous duo. Maybe the two smallest players causing the most damage here.
Boy, and look at the teamwork here. Doing a successful bridge, not allowing the pack to be broken, and then right at the last possible moment.
And Jamurai going for the apex
Yeah.
jump to go backwards and the recycle even.
We're seeing everything here.
Just goes to prove roller derby has a spot for every body type out there.
Mikilia is back in legal play, and she's trying to get through the great strong defense here that Nightmare was throwing up. She does make it away. A-Rod looking for that parting shot.
Almost had it too, just barely missed her.
And there goes Damage Patch Kid skating away.
And Barons recycles the green jammer.
Mikilia against A-Rod once again, and that's the end of the jam. Looks like they had a score to settle out there maybe. So just a reminder, folks, after this bout is over, we would appreciate anybody who wants to stick around and help us tear up this track. It is no easy task for like 1 or 2 people, but is actually surprisingly quick and easy for maybe 10 or more people.
We love helpers. Big Eddie versus Kieran. Kieran's really fighting his way through to get lead jammer. He goes down low and scoops him up, just like a certain coach I know.
Big Eddie checking his helmet, making sure he looks good.
You know, if there's a defense against a jammer who goes in low and scoops you up off your feet, I've not seen what that defense is. I've seen some, mostly juniors, a few adults do that to even the biggest, toughest skaters, and it seems to work every time as long as your back can keep it up. We have a timeout for Nightmare. So we have a minute to thank our sponsors, Fast Girl Skates, Green Monster, grrr. We all love Green Monster, right?
You know we do. Moda over there, looks like they're maybe wrapping up. I bet they might be able to still sell you some last minute merch though if you'd like. Got Jet City with the silk screening over there. I think they're wrapping up too.
Thank you, Jet City.
Laughing Dog Kitchen as well. I'll tell you something. Before this weekend, I had not known biscotti. Now I do, and it is glorious. Gluten-free.
I don't know that I've ever known a laughing dog either.
I've seen it. I've seen it before. Nowhere around here, but yeah, I've seen it.
You know, I'd also like to thank our medical staff, Jamie McClurg, Stitch 'em Up Stinker Bell, Laura Newman, Amanda Goodson, Brent Foster, Kaylee Jankowski, Ryan Monroe, Rachel Mason, Lois Keatsner, Christina Cotent, Erica Sierra, Stephanie Rudolphs, and South Kitsap High School. Thank you so much for being our medical staff. You know we couldn't do this without you, and you know we love you. I hope.
Yeah.
Mwah, mwah,
Putting broken
mwah.
derby girls back together again.
What type of person becomes a medic? A beautiful spirit becomes a medic. Helpers, true givers, and true doers. Thanks for all the help you do for us and humanity.
You are quite the wordsmith, Sass. You know that? Man, you're a honey dripper.
I am not a suck up. Okay, yes, I am. So next is turbocharged in green. Who is that in black?
I think it's Big Eddie.
His perfect skating posture makes it a little difficult for me to see. Big Eddie.
Turbocharged, living up to his namesake there, turbocharging his way through the pack. I think the afterburners are on.
He sure is. I think he's grown a foot since I've last seen him, and it all shows in his speed. It was a pretty easy looking 4 points. He just kind of danced around and scored. Nice way of jumping over blockers for Kieran to get 5 more points. And 4 for the Nightmare. And Kieran calls it before Big Eddie can get back through for more points. But hey, 4 is a good start.
So I think we're going to have to reset the clock here. Looks like the scoreboard was not counting, so we're going to see what the adjusted time is. And that is the adjusted time. 9:39 left to go in this first period.
Okay, just let us know if you need to borrow any extra fingers or toes for counting, scorekeepers. I have 11 for you to borrow.
I've got a totally boss computer, man, we can use to do math on.
Really? How many toes does your computer have?
A few more than I do.
Okay, that is Damage Patch Kid jamming. But Kieran gets lead for Mob. Oh,
Kieran there fighting his way through the front of that pack. And he does make it through.
Scooping and pushing for 5 points.
Looks like Damage Patch Kid took a little damage herself, getting knocked out of bounds, now having to come back in.
And A-Rod versus Kieran. This is a tough front line of defense. A-Rod spills Kieran in the apex. And meanwhile, Nightmare gets through. So that was a total of 9 points for Mob City during that jam, and they called it off just in time to not be scored against.
Just in time is the best time. Turbocharged and Big Eddie on the jam line.
Ooh, Turbocharge pushes Big Eddie off immediately, recycles him way back.
Mob City using that extra blocker. A-Rod, unfazed, does make it through. He's not your lead jammer. Had a no pass, no penalty call. In either case, though, he is skating away. And all the way to the fourth whistle, no points scored. But, boy, that was real close for Big Eddie. Great effort there.
Turbocharge called it just in time.
You bet he did. I don't know if y'all are noticing here, Nightmare's bench. Not a lot of skaters over there. Nightmare has a very, very tight rotation here. These players coming in and out and doing back-to-back, sometimes even 3 in a row.
And they don't even look worn out.
I know. I'm worn out, and I've just been standing here for about 10 minutes.
And B. Moy gets through to give Mob City lead jammer.
Looks like Wuschliga trying to make her way through the front of this Mob City defense. Just constantly recycling blockers. Got to be frustrating. She's doing everything she can, though, to spread this pack out as much as possible.
E. Wolfslager just pretty much duking it out with Toe Stopper. Oh, but then just Jay-Z gets in the mix, and unfortunately, clockwise blocking, going to the box. Mob City gets a grand slam by B. Moy.
And skating away, B. Moye.
And A-Rod meets Just Daisy in the box.
It's a good place to exchange dirty limericks if you have the time.
And our wonderful medics patching up the skaters in the penalty box without even losing time. How about that?
That's just efficiency. Speaking of efficiency here, 5 more points on the board. Very succinctly scored by Moye.
Wow. She just skips over the crowd for another 5 points. That was B. Moy. You better not blink in this game. You'll miss some grand slams.
Wolfslager there going for a block.
Yeah, Wolfslager has turned into a blocker now, probably just until they forget she's jamming.
Yeah.
I believe that is Just Daisy sent to the box again. You know, she is one of those wonderful skaters who is also an official sometimes. So most of the time she's in the box, she's actually doing the timing. But today, not so much.
Yeah, learn the rules, Daisy, all right?
She knows them better than most adults, but we
Yeah.
won't go there too much.
There's got to be somebody she knows that could teach her the rules of this sport. I don't know.
Maybe she'll meet a ref someday. It's Big Eddie versus Kieran. And Bombshell stops Big Eddie for a minute. Big Eddie gets through with an apex jump for lead jammer.
There you go, Big Eddie. Your lead jammer, he is in control. We're going to see what happens. Both jammers in a foot race right now.
Oh, Big Eddie doing great. Jammerai going for the last line block, but barely misses.
Yeah, Nightmare Defense was doing a great job defensively. They did finally have to let Kieran go. He was doing everything he could to get by that pack.
Oh, and now Big Eddie was hung up by Just Daisy. Oh, those are some powerful Daisy hips.
I think Daisy may have saved that one, too. A-Rod was coming in on a mission, looking to score some of those points. Had to call it off, though, to prevent Kieran from getting back in there. As it is, 4 points all during that last jam. Looks like we're going to have an official review called by Mob City. Mob City's going to ask the referees if any of them have any horizontal striped shirts, I think.
Just in case anybody at home wonders how tough these guys are, I have personally skated against some of these supposed juniors.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure they're really kids.
No,
They've schooled
exactly.
me. They've schooled other large people I know. They make fools out of adults.
Yeah, what are they doing in these schools lately, man? How are they breeding these gladiators?
That's about it. I think they must be training them against actual lions.
I think so. Movies like what the kids are watching, the Hungry Games now, and this is the kind of thing that is bringing kids up now to be absolute warriors on the flat track. What's the other one they watch? It's the Hungry Game, then Detergent, I think, is the other one. Yeah. Oh, detergent. Yeah. With a T. Yeah. Thank you. So the EMTs, yeah, it is detergent. Thank you for clarifying that. So the V is silent then, is what you're saying. She quits. I win.
Are there any school-educated people that are ready for a quick vocabulary lesson to the announcers?
I didn't learn a lot in high school, but I can lift heavy things. That's what I got out of my high school career.
Good thing you don't need an education for those complicated tech jobs, eh, Double Out Buck?
Better believe it. Yeah, it's amazing how far you get on charisma alone. I have no skill whatsoever.
Okay, Buck, tell us who's jamming for Northside.
I can tell you that.
Please tell us. That was an official review asking for a cut call on the Black Jammer. The official review was denied. With only 4 minutes left in the period, they will not have another official review this period.
Gotcha. E-laminated. I'm trying to pronounce that. I think it's Liam in the middle there.
Yeah, like Liam's an action movie star.
Yeah.
That's all I know. Maybe related to Leslie Nielsen. Okay, so that's Turbocharged. Got lead jammer from Mob City. And these green blockers all taking equal turns blocking the black jammer. Like they have a scheduled rotation.
Eliminator. Trying to make his way through, taking some big hits there by Mob City. Meanwhile, Turbocharged flying through that pack.
Yeah, he took a big hit from Walschlager on the way through, but kind of shook it off.
A-Rod up there in front doing some great one-on-one blocking, but Turbocharged is let loose. And that's the end of that jam. About 3 minutes left to go in the first period here. As it stands now, Mob City 178 points, Northside 44.
And next we have Big Eddie again, jamming for Nightmare versus Brown Ponytail for Mob City. You know, I started out as official, so I only know people by what's written on their back.
Officials say, psych.
I announced another adult game earlier that had 4 skaters named Blonde Ponytail.
We do appreciate that, yeah. We just like to guess at who's out there anyway.
It gives me nightmare memories of what it's like to do lineup for Oli Rollers.
You're right. And it's time for a little bit of breakdancing on the jam line.
Which is the only way I've ever seen Kieran break. Usually he just knows full speed ahead. Isn't it amazing? All the adults in the building are exhausted.
I know.
And the youth of today has more energy than we know how to spend.
Spending the precious moments that we could be resting.
Thank goodness for them.
Yeah,
Who else is going to keep the world going?
Exactly. The precious essence keeps us young.
I'm not sure I've witnessed the Northside Nightmare playing before. Have you, Double?
You know, I actually haven't. I've seen them around the tournament. I unfortunately happen to be maybe announcing another bout or just away.
I think they're very impressive.
No, absolutely. I mean, you know, skating, having seen leagues and been involved with leagues with a very, very tight roster, it is extremely difficult. They find a way to pull through there, and this is Big Eddie right now showing us exactly how it's done.
Black Jammer is recycled on a scoring pass.
Kieran coming up against some big blocks there by A-Rod, but then finally getting through. He and Big Eddie now both absolutely rocketing around this flat track. Big Eddie says, nope, we're going to call it off. No more points for you, Kieran.
So they both got 4 points on that last jam. Pretty good.
That's right. Now, Mob City doing a great job, even with Nightmare being lead jammer, of just keeping that pressure on, forcing that call off. I know Nightmare would much rather be scoring those points and skating through the track, enjoying lead jammer.
Next, we have Bombshell going against Damage Patch Kid.
And Bombshell leaping across the pack there. Looks like she's your lead jammer. Bombshell bobbing and weaving her way through there.
I see why they call her Bombshell. She was
Yeah.
not even planning to stop. I could tell she had no plan at all. She's going forward no matter what.
You got to respect that. That's kind of one of those things in roller derby that you like to have in a skater is the will and the want to skate forward.
She's pushing like a bulldozer against the last line of black.
That's A-Rod there. A-Rod has been playing, I would say, just about this entire bout, folks. No easy task, to be sure, especially when facing a jammer like Bombshell. Right at the end there was a multiplayer block. That's going to send Just Daisy back to the penalty box. And that may, in fact, be the period. That is. That's the end. We're going to go to halftime right now. Get right back to you for period 2. Mob City, 196 points. Northside, 48. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, and if you have some spare time in this halftime, you might go over and check out the Mob City merch booth right behind the skaters.
So we just got the word from Hollywood here. If you want to stay and help out, turn up this flat track, I have just been told we will offer a little bit of cash for your help tonight.
Are there any energetic people around here who like a little bit of cash?
Yeah, that's money. Yeah, spendable money.
Skaters aren't thinking about cash right now, but I happen to know that most skaters need cash.
That's right. Take that to Chuck E. Cheese, trade it in for some tickets. All right, this just in. Chris Hunter, the tournament organizer here, the producer of this event, has just told me if you are willing to stay and help tear up this flat track, he will give you a cool $50.
$50?
Yeah.
$50?
Okay.
As
That
in
is-
meaning even people under 18 years old could earn money?
Yes. As amazing as that sounds, you can put the cell phone down and update Facebook later. But at this time tonight, you will want to be here tearing up this flat track. $50.
So if we spent all our money at the after party last night and have no gasoline to get home, we could stay
Right here.
pick up the track
Yeah.
and be able to go home.
Yeah, this is actually going to totally save me. Speaking of that, yeah.
Thank goodness we'll have enough gas to get home, Paul.
My moped is dangerously low on fuel.
I want to see you pulling your RV and your moped all the way home.
That's why it's so low on fuel.
We have 1 minute left in this halftime. We're almost ready to play roller derby again. So I'll just remind you one last time before halftime's over. You can earn up to $50 by staying to help tear down Wild West Showdown. So please, let's get some paid volunteers to stick around. Hopefully there will be so many volunteers we won't be able to afford to pay everybody.
Yeah,
But
that's
please
like
stick around and help us.
it's like two $20 bills and then
And a whole bunch of nickels.
some other more. Yeah, another more money.
That's the trade-off. You get $50, but it all comes in nickels.
All in nickels. That's right. It's a sack of nickels. You got to count it out yourself too. Just in the middle of the track, a sack of nickels. All right, I think we're just about ready to blow the whistle here. Waiting for people who
this-
may or may not be named to return from the bathroom, I guess. I don't know.
This team, Northside Nightmares, is one of the newer teams around, and I am really impressed with how quickly they're learning the game and really perfecting their skating. Mob City is no easy target. They've been putting a lot of our local teams to shame, even teams who've been skating twice, 3 times, 4 times longer than they have. I guess that's what happens when you have Team USA top skater coaching you for a few years. But I know Nightmare has a pretty awesome and tough men's skater, Lady Beard, teaching them what he knows, and it's really showing too. They're picking up this game superbly.
Well, no doubt about it. Yeah, we're seeing some impressive derby here, and again, I can't help but mention the fact that we are late in the weekend. There has been nonstop derby going on, and we are still seeing intense roller derby all the way to the end. Both these teams right now, Turbocharger and Big Eddie, showing us exactly that kind of energy right now.
Big Eddie gets pushed to the inside, but saves the cut. It gets recycled, and Turbocharge, his lead jammer.
Big Eddie was going for it there. He was trying to jump that apex there, just couldn't quite stay in bounds with some assisting blocks, of course, by Mob City.
Who needs to roll on your skate when Turbocharge can run on his skate to get 5 points? And Turbocharge gets blocked to the ground by Kay Patterson in a shoulder check. They both fall, but she recovers from that shoulder check instantly.
Not the first shoulder check I've seen her throw, actually. I don't know if recover is the right word, but laugh it off, maybe.
That's a
Yeah.
tiny shoulder, but a huge shoulder check.
Absolutely. Not the first time I've seen that this bout. Got a little Triforce blocking going on there from Nightmare. Kieran trying to get by that last line defense. Getting a little stymied. He pirouettes around. He's your lead jammer.
He's very casual about lead jammer, too, isn't he?
Yeah, no big, you know.
Like, it's just what we do. Score grand slams. 5 more points for Mob City.
I mean, he seems nonchalant about it now, but I've seen his locker. He's got, like, pictures of himself with lead jammer all over the place.
Yeah, Walschlager was slowing him down for a bit, but he gets through for another grand slam.
There we go. Damage Patch Kid clearing the pack. Looking to score some of those points.
Kieran gets through and calls it before any points could be scored against him. That means Kieran got 14 from Mob City during that jam, thanks to a lot of really great offense from his blockers.
Turbocharged and Big Eddie on the jam line.
It's hard to not look at Big Eddie and sing the Rocky Horror Big Eddie song.
Exactly. Now, Turbocharged went for that block early on. Big Eddie, though, showed some amazing footwork there, kept himself inbounds, actually left ahead and got lead jammer spot.
Yeah, Afro Jammerai's been doing a lot of blocking, but that time he got right through her.
And some great defense there by Northstead, knocking Turbocharged out of bounds, but Big Eddie's going to go to the penalty box, unfortunately, and that's going to set up the power jam.
That forearm was tough to not get behind that mighty green wall. Offense is already happening for green. Turbocharged weaves through unopposed. 5 more points for Mob.
Looked like Mob City may have been trying to trap a blocker there. That didn't quite work out. But in either case, offensively, they're doing everything the right way. Turbocharged with 5 points on the board.
Yeah, those blockers are working so hard for offense, even though they know their jammer could get a lot of these points on his own, but they don't make him work for it. He just got a quadruple grand slam.
The Quadra Slam.
Oh, and gives a forward hip check to the opposing blocker and gets through for another 4 points. That gives him 24 points for this jam to Nightmare's 4.
So Big Eddie is back in legal play now, and he's making contact with the pack. He did score on his last pass, as he did qualify before he was sent to the penalty box. And he clears the pack once again, 4 more points.
And Turbocharge, perhaps tempted, perhaps not tempted to call it when the other team started scoring, but he let the other team get 8 points. In trade, he scored 32 for the jam. So that leaves us 5 minutes into the second period. Mob City 247, Nightmare 56 for all of you following at home. We have Damage Patch Kid jamming for Nightmare, stuck behind Just Daisy. Gets past her, but Just Daisy pushes her out for the recycle, and now Daisy's going to the box as Mob City gets lead jammer. That is B. Moy for Mob City.
Damage Patch Kid does clear the pack. Looking
Yeah,
to get some of those points back.
B. Moy hops through for a 4-point lap. Still holding her nose, making sure it's not bleeding. I can see as red on the outside, though. She might have got a little shiner.
You, Grody. We like to try and keep all bodily fluids off the flat track as much as possible.
But that's a tough derby skater for you. Yeah, a little blood. She'll just pinch it and hold the blood in. She's fine.
Yeah, she's still skating.
How
No big
about
deal.
that?
No big.
She doesn't say anything. Just take it as it comes. I take pride in knowing that I was 3 times the whiny kid anybody here is.
Oh, better believe it. I will flop on the floor, scream and cry at the drop of a hat.
And that's just at the after party.
Yeah, that's right. Before, after, and during. Still waiting on this official timeout here. I think Mob City may have wanted to make sure everything's on the up and up there as far as the blocking goes, I'm assuming. But we're class in session once again. Nope.
Are we just waiting for medics?
I don't know. So the folks watching here in the venue or at home, we want to thank you all very much for your Sunday evening watching and spending it here with us. And once again, I know we keep saying this, but boy, I just can't help but remind everybody that $50 in your hand were you to stay later tonight and help us clean up this track. Man, that is a great deal.
Does anybody here like $50? Yes!
Yeah,
And
4 people.
all 4 of you look strong enough to help.
There we
Next
go.
we have Big Eddie versus Kieran once again. Big Eddie recycled to the back. Kieran pushing out for 20 feet and getting it. Lead jammer goes to Kieran from Mob City.
Kieran untouched on the inside line there. Looks like we had a little bit of a
Just-
light pack.
Yeah, just being sneaky. I think his blockers were baiting the other team to the outside.
That's deceitful.
So tricky. So Walschlager and Kay Pattison hit him on the way through. Not quite hard enough because he did have a lot of momentum carrying him through to bring 8 more points for Mob City and 4 points for Nightmare. My favorite part of roller derby is when a team who's ahead still lets the other team get a few points along the way.
That is good times.
Sometimes we're tempted to just call it after 10 seconds, but no, we're seeing some real derby here.
Looks like PB and Jammer for Nightmare.
I thought PB and Jammer was going to get through on the inside, but she got recycled.
I thought so too. You know, Mob City's showing us some great blocking out here, some last-minute hip checks and things like that.
Turbocharge is lead jammer now and on his way through for a scoring pass. They were all braced and aiming for him. They almost had him on the outside, but he snuck through, back and forth, zigzagging around A-Rod for 5 points.
Another thing to remind everybody who is not skating in this event, maybe if you're at home or here, is that Sport Court is very, very slick.
It's slippery, yes.
If you're not used to it, if you're skating in like most skating venues are wood, yeah, this is a completely different surface to skate on. So yeah, if you're wondering how every once in a while a ghost blocker comes in and, you know, magically hits a skater, that's what's happening.
Yeah, and Mob City's home court is Everett Skate Deck, which has one of the nicest, stickiest floors around, but they are doing this flat track like it's home to. Turbocharge just picks up 5 more points on that last pass. I don't know how they get so used to skating on perfect sticky floor, but adapt perfectly well to this plastic flat track.
Yeah, skating is hard. It's like walking, but with wheels on the bottoms of your feet. It's weird.
And Turbocharged gets another Grand Slam. I'm getting tired of counting all of his Grand Slams. Oh, and that was Walschläger that pushed Turbocharged on the outside, forcing him to call the jam off. Shirt says Molly, paper says Walschläger.
So I think there's two Walschlägers, actually. One Walschläger watching from the sideline, the other one in the bout. I believe that's what's going on here.
Yeah, I think the other Walschläger is the third base coach.
Big Eddie going for that jump, but Mob City, in fact, knocking him down the jam line. But he gets up fast, and I can even say it happened. Big Eddie now skating away, your lead jammer.
Yeah, he looks determined to make up for some lost time. And leaping
Wow.
from Mob City's wall. That was wonderful. Moose was aiming for him, but didn't even have a chance. And Moose took a big hit towards him, but missed him on this time. I believe it was Toe Stopper and Jamurai that forced the call off by recycling Big Eddie.
And we've got a jam here. Nightmare actually outscoring Mob City in this jam, 7-4.
Yay!
I don't know if we're supposed to cheer for a team while we're on the microphone specifically.
Oops.
Yeah, it's all good.
Oops, I did it again.
That's your guys' job.
Oh, Damage Patch Kid is taking a beating from all directions. And Mob City gets lead jammer again. Bombshell is a bombshell.
Damage Patch Kid just rocketing through this pack, but every time she gets to the front there, she gets recycled.
I believe
Hard-fought
that
pass.
was Toe Stopper forcing the recycle on that one. Bombshell weaving through, getting twirled around, but doesn't stop.
A-Rod with some big hits up front there. But Bombshell just keeps on going.
And that was Damage Patch Kid going to the box on the Nightmare side. And now Bombshell has one less blocker to get through, but having a conversation about should I call it off, and she does. No, she doesn't.
So we had an attempted star pass there is what was going on. I think it may have been an illegal procedure as the pivot may have tried. Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha. Never mind. Don't listen to me at all. I have no idea what I'm talking about. In
We're
either
used to
case,
it.
yeah, in either case, Nightmare is less a jammer.
Oh, A-Rod almost had Makilia stopped, but she ends up fighting her way through it. Makilia calling for offense. Doesn't happen, but she gets spun around, almost clears the pack, but then they come up and meet her again.
A-Rod was in disbelief there for a moment there. Could not believe she remained on her feet. And then she didn't remain on her feet. So there you have
She
it.
didn't stay on her feet, but she didn't give up either. She just keeps going.
It's going to be Big Eddie and Moy on the jam line, but I think we're actually going to have a timeout first.
Timeout for Northside. I would say this is a good time to thank our sponsors, but it looks like the sponsors have all left the building.
Yeah, they got. Well, no, it looks like Green Monster still hanging
Green
out over there.
Monster, still here.
Quadzilla would love to sell you some skate boots right now.
He would probably also love to show you these new Morph wheels. You might have seen them on your favorite skaters already this weekend. They have lots of colors on them, twice the colors for your $1. You can check them out at Quadzilla's Green Monster booth in the back of the Wild West Showdown, or you can check them out on some of your favorite skaters.
I think it's actually Quadzilla's Green Monster booth and Super Hip Hop Factory Dance Machine.
Yes, unfortunately, it's not the coolest barber shop in the world booth this year, as it has been sometimes in years past.
But if you bring your own cardboard, you will have a dance battle on your hands, guaranteed.
So we thought we all beat the sponsors by winning the Wild West Showdown and staying here the longest, but no, Green Monster does not desert us. They can outlast all of us. They show us what endurance is.
It's all about the stamina.
Okay, the jam's on. Big Eddie gets through fast.
Both jammers trading places, actually. Start on one side, end up on another, but Big Eddie's the one who finds the open hole.
And now it's Big Eddie's power jam. He gets through for a grand slam for North Side. Oh, not a power jam.
No, that was the pivot, actually. That was turbocharged heading into the penalty box. See,
sorry, this is my first derby.
looked like a jammer clearing the pack, actually, but no, he was just hauling booty to get to that penalty box. That was good
That
for...
was a final 4 points.
Yeah, that was a 9-point jam there for Nightmare.
Okay, I won't say yay.
You
but
can say
9
yay.
points for Nightmare. Wee!
Don't make it... Don't. Not trying to harsh your vibe, man.
I can change from yay to a wee at any time.
Okay, good.
On a second's notice.
Eliminator. Eliminate. Well, I'm trying to fit Liam in there. Eliminator.
Going against Brown Ponytail. Kieran fighting for the front and gets lead jammer after some serious scrapping. And now it's Kieran's power jam.
Yeah,
and
a little
you know
bit
that toe stopper and jammer, I do not forget to do the offense. Toe stopper going to the box. I have a feeling offense might still happen. We'll see. No, Kieran instructs them to stay. He wants to go for the 20 feet. But Jammer, I sees he's not getting it easily, and she just can't stop but do defense. So Afro helps get Kieran through for a grand slam.
Yeah, as light as the pack is for Mob City, it's not making a ton of difference. They don't do a lot of offensive blocking anyway. And Kieran does make it past the last line of defense there. That's going to be another 5 points on the board for Mob City.
And that was Thompson holding up the black jammer pretty well. I think Thompson is now aiming for him once again. What do you know? Just as he's stuck behind Thompson, the whistle goes, the jam stops at 19 points for Mob City. Now we have Just Daisy jamming for the first time this game against Big Eddie. At least nobody has to jam against Daisy this time. Looks like she's going to act a little bit like a blocker anyways. And Big Eddie gets through first for lead jammer.
Meanwhile, A-Rod's going to recycle Just Daisy all the way to just the back of the pack.
Oh, and Just Daisy almost gets recycled, but hops back on the track before the blocker can notice.
Big Eddie having a little bit of a hard time getting through the front of this pack, though. He's going to try it again, see what he can do. He finds that inside line.
Yeah, Wolfslugger almost had him on that one, but just barely missed Big Eddie's pass. Oh, and just Daisy taken down by Black 22. That is Kennedy P. Now she's going to the box, that little Kennedy P. Oh, Kennedy P being waved back on the track. Perhaps that was a mistake because the Black Jammer is now going to the box. Kennedy's being waved back and forth.
Just Daisy trying to make it by the last line defense. A little jogging, little hip checking there.
Yeah, just Daisy seems like she's aiming right for the center of the opposing blocker. She wants to go through him.
Well, what fun is it if you can't hit every single person on the way through?
Went right through Wolfslugger. Oh, and bounced off. Okay, Wolfslugger is fired up, just attacking the jammer pass.
And that ends that jam. Boy, what a crazy jam that was, too. Very hard fought bunch of points there for just Daisy.
I have not seen a more exciting game this whole weekend. Thank you, Northside and Mob. Thank you for bringing it. Eliminator is the front jammer right now. Looks like being stopped behind Afro Jammerai.
Taking a little tumble.
Yeah, he takes a tumble over A-Rod and gets through for lead jammer. A-Rod gets his jammer out with offense just in time to still do defense.
Ooh, going for the apex jump instead, going shoulder to head there.
Yeah, it looks like A-Rod was aiming to hit Afro Jammerai through her own jammer, and it worked.
Boy, did it ever. That was a heck of a hit.
Talk about two birds with one shoulder.
Folks, just a reminder here, this is completely hardcore roller derby right now. These hits are huge and brutal. They would no doubt probably kill a normal mortal human being. That's why we leave it up to the skaters on the flat track.
Now we have Kieran bouncing off people in the front, still doing his scooping. Oh, and A-Rod gets Kieran off the track, but Kieran gets right back on in a flash, getting lead jammer.
And Big Eddie breaks on through to the other side there, looking to score some points.
And that's a 4-point fast for Mob City. Oh, Big Eddie pretty much bounces off Toe Stopper, but keeps going forward, getting 4 points of his own.
We got a great big strong wall there from Nightmare there holding Kieran back. It looked like Big Eddie was going to try and score a couple more points, but instead goes ahead and calls it off. Going to go ahead and reset this thing.
We have some kind of timeout.
She says we're good. I don't believe it, though. Not for an instant. Are we good, everybody? Are we good?
This game makes me think we are good at being so naughty.
Oh.
Okay, now it's a team timeout for Northside.
So I want to thank the Kitsap County Parks for allowing us to use this amazing venue here. The Kitsap Sun Pavilion here in Bremerton, Washington. Absolutely one of my favorite venues to have roller derby events in.
And I will say that this Wild West Showdown is the biggest, most fantastic event that ever happens in Kitsap County. So thank you to all the people that make Wild West Showdown happen year after year after year. It seems like it's a community effort. Many different leagues, many different skaters, refs, NSOs, many different people from all walks coming together to make this happen. And through all the laughing and giggling and still manic energy,
Yeah, a surprising look.
ends.
A surprising look into teenage life as it may occur in the middle of the halls in between classes there. Frightening. I heard a lot of frightening things uttered in front of the announcer's booth, just FYI.
Now it's B. Moy against Eliminator. B. Moy starts by hitting the other jammer immediately.
It's an absolute scrum here. Yeah, everybody's blocking everybody here. Looks like
Green has lead
Eliminator.
jammer, but it looked like they cleared the packet
Boy,
virtually at the same time.
It was quick. Yeah, it was very close. Moy, though, is exactly. That's right, your lead jammer.
And B. Moy pushes Eliminator off the track for a quarter lap advantage, goes through to get 4 points, but keeps on going. She didn't call it off. She says, if you love Derby, keep skating. Well, and I have a feeling she knew Afro Jammer was going to keep the other jammer occupied for at least a while. And it looks like now Afro's sharing it with Makey Splatterhead.
And right up at the front of the pack, Moy there.
And Bombshell's really getting in this blocking mix as well.
Eliminator doing whatever it takes there, trying to get to the front of this pack.
And we see B. Moy flying, tripping over somebody's feet. Oops. And that was Walschlager going to the box. That will make it a lot easier for Green Jammers. Eliminator looks like he's going to clear.
Clear, absolutely. That's 4 points on the board for the team in black right at the end of that jam.
So for you folks at home, there's 7.5 minutes left in the game. Mob City's at 370 and Nightmares at 90, but a heck of a game. A lot of fights still on both sides. This is still really an exciting matchup.
Certainly is. We're seeing some impressive derby here from both sides. And right now, we're being impressed by Big Eddie, skating away as the lead jammer.
He had to fight for it, but he doesn't seem to mind. And Walschlager's back on the track, just in time to block. But Brown Ponytail gets through.
Big Eddie having to call it off. Looked like Kieran actually did get that 5th point. Just about 6 minutes left to go, and this bout is Mob City, 375 points. Northside, 94.
Turbocharged versus Eliminator. Oh, and that was Walschlager getting turbocharged off on the outside and recycling.
And trying to see what's going on here. Looks like it's turbocharged. Skating away your lead jammer. Turbocharged looking to get by the last line defense. He does. A little parting shot, though, letting him know who's there. And yeah, jam being called off. So the good news for everybody out there is that my microphone appears to be cutting in and out, so you don't have to listen to my incoherent ramblings
We can share.
much longer. Good.
I want to share microphones, please.
This is going to get weird.
Not weirder than usual.
Too true.
It'll be just like high school jazz choir. Okay, we have Bomb Shell going against Big Eddie this time. And Big Eddie gets through, lead jammer.
Northside doing a great job here getting lead jammer here as of late. They've been picking up the pace here, just running through that line as fast as they can.
And Big Eddie called on a skating out of bounds call. He's a little confused about it, but roller derby gets confusing.
Nobody likes to get called for that one. You know, it's a fine line too, but it does happen, and there is a reason behind that rule. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm just saying that there is a reason. I know you were expecting me to say something there. What I will say is that Bombshell's being recycled to the back of the pack. Looks like A-Rod giving her some fits there defensively.
A-Rod. That is Moose giving a little back to A-Rod. Oh, A-Rod gets through, but not past toe stopper.
Big Eddie, yeah, just about making that play happen, but boy, he is just fighting for every inch of this flat track. He does get through. That's 4 points on the board for Nightmare. I have lost sight of the jammer, and there she is, actually. We have a star pass.
Yeah, the jammer is now toe stopper. Toe jammer, sorry.
Oh, what is going on up here?
Toe jammer.
EMTs throwing scissors around.
So it turns out there is no skater named Toe Stopper. I've just been saying that over and over for the last half hour.
It's Toe Jammer, isn't it? Yeah. Kinda.
And too busy kicking ass and taking names to even notice I'm saying her name wrong.
That's probably a good thing, because you will get beaten up.
Oh yeah, she is a scrapper.
Kids will fight you, and they will win. Eliminator versus Kieran. Offensively for both teams. We got a clear penalty box here, so it's 5-on-5 on the flat track. It's exactly what we like to see. Kieran breaking through as your lead jammer.
Yeah, Wolschlager was holding him up, but it was Afro Jammer pushing Wolschlager out of the way.
And that's going to be Kieran, 5 points on the board.
And another grand slam for Kieran.
Eliminator making contact with the pack, trying to get through. A little bit of fancy footwork there. He remains upright and on his feet. Not an easy task to do against this Mob City defensive line.
Yeah, this mob is really wearing out people. They're wearing me out just looking at them. Kieran gets through and calls it with another grand slam. That's a quad for Kieran and Mob City.
Just about a minute left to go. Time becoming a factor in this bout. The last bout of Track 2 for the Wild West Showdown.
And the funnest bout. Seems like the fastest moving bout.
Boy, it is too, I tell you what.
It's been so fun. I think the clock even seems like it's moving faster. So did you say Big Eddie versus Turbocharged?
I don't think I did, but you just did, so I think we'll call it good.
And I believe that was just Daisy knocking Big Eddie off the track and forced to cut. So Turbocharged Power Jam, just what he needed.
Laying in some shoulder checks there on his way through the pack. Turbocharged, not afraid to get physical
Yeah, it looks like A-Rod led with the punch, but matched equally by Turbocharged. Forcing
Turbo.
his way through Walschläger and A-Rod. Calls it off with another Grand Slam.
And we're going to see what happens here.
What happens? And
Mob
Coach Corey
City.
Payne of Mob City calls the timeout just in time for one more jam.
You guys didn't want this to end so quickly.
No,
Nobody
that
does.
was for the fun of it because we love Derby. One more jam.
Derby. Always more Derby. And this gives you a chance to announce Toe Jammer's name correctly one more time.
Toe Jammer is jamming for Mob City. The mighty blocking Toe Jammer.
So we're going to start things off with a power jam here, Mob City.
And Toe Jammer has a bunch of big meanies blocking for her, as if she needed it. So there's no way to know if there's going to be any offense or if they're going to make her push for 20 feet.
We'll see what happens in probably about 3 seconds or so. Oh, that's, yeah, I'm at 20, yeah.
We see a triangle in the back and Walschläger in the front, planning on last line. A-Rod and Walschläger in the front. Toe Jammer gets past him for lead jammer.
The pack moving at a glacial pace here, awaiting the lone jammer on the flat track. She makes contact, jumps the apex, and skates around for 5 points.
That was a big jump. And Mob City knows just when to slow the pack down for their jammer. Doing offense without rushing the speed of the pack like pros. And Toe Jammer gets a grand slam, making a double.
Bunch of Mob City blocks in here trying to bust open this line wide open. A-Rod gets back there, gets Toe Jammer out of bounds, though, before himself getting trapped. But he actually did draw the cutting the track. Not enough time to swap out jammers.
And it looks like the jam has been called.
Yeah, it looks like that is the end. We are going to make sure everything's on the up and up here. Looks like the officials are going to leave the penalty box here.
And it looks like now the coaches are going to compete for a tiebreaker.
Oh, perfect.
Or not. But wouldn't we all love to see the coaches go at each other?
It could be an off-skate sprint around the flat track.
Oh, to see roller derby people run in shoes. That's dangerous.
Absolutely, yeah. Can skate, can't walk. It's kind of a weird thing.
So one last reminder, anybody who stays to help tear up the track is eligible for cash dollars.
Yeah, $50. I think there may be pizza too. Don't quote me on that, but I heard a rumor there's going to be food as well.
So thanks to all the officials, the NSOs, the refs, all the medical officials, the volunteers.
So there
the
you go.
track
That's the end.
attendants. And that's the end.
And the final score, it looks like. So as it stands, Mob City 424 points to Northside's 106.
And this has been our fabulous local announcer, Double Op Buck, on the microphone.
Thank you very much, Sasquatch. A Renaissance man, as always. You are.
It's been my pleasure. This Wild West Showdown has been one of the best ever, and I can't wait to see a lot of you at the next Wild West Showdown.
Better believe it. We'll see you all here next time. Hey, how about a big round of applause for Mob City?
There was. And an even bigger round of applause for Northside Nightmare.
All right, we're signing off from track 2 here. We will see you all right back here next year.